is a bit much. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the meeting. Can I say that as it's quite hot today, you are able to take your jackets off? As usual, let me remind you that today's meeting will be broadcast for live or subsequent broadcast via the link on the agenda. So members, you are reminded that the recording of the webcast will be kept indefinitely. Members of the press or public may record and take photographs except where there are confidential or exempt items. May I also remind members that they do not enjoy parliamentary privilege in relation to debate in this chamber, and members should be careful in what they say during all debates this afternoon. May I also remind members, if they have mobile phones, please turn them off. Otherwise, you might get fined a little later. A finger buffet will be available in the banqueting suite when we break at approximately 4:30 to 5 o'clock. Finally, I would remind members that they must declare all relevant pecuniary and non-pecuniary interest relating to any items of business to be discussed at this meeting. Does anyone have any interest to declare? I move that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 14th of June 2022, having been circulated to each member of the council, be taken as read and confirmed and signed. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Unfortunately, I must now once again begin by announcements with some extremely sad news. Firstly, I must announce that the death of our colleague, Councillor Mohammed Fazal, father of Akhlaq, Councillor Akhlaq Ahmed. Shall I repeat that? Didn't quite get that one right. Firstly, I must announce the death of our colleague, Councillor Mohammed Fazal, who is father of Akhlaq, Councillor Akhlaq Mohammed, who passed away on the 17th of March. Mohammed served as a councillor for Spark Hill Ward from 1987 to 1995, for Springfield Ward from 2004 to 2018, and again for Spark Hill Ward from 2018 until his death. And the title of Honorary Alderman posthumously was conferred on him at an extraordinary meeting of the Council on the 24th of May this year. During his time on the Council, Mohammed served on numerous committees, subcommittees and outside bodies. Mohammed leaves behind 6 daughters, 2 sons, 24 grandchildren and 6 great-grandchildren, and I know that you will join me in extending to them our deepest condolences. I move that this council places on record its sorrow of the death of Councillor and Honorary Alderman posthumously Mohammed Fazal, and its appreciation of his devoted service to the residents of Birmingham. The council extends its deepest sympathy to members of Mohammed's family in their sad bereavement. Would members and officers please stand for 1 minute silence? To former Councillor Mohammed Fazal. I'm calling Councillor Ian Ward.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. It is with sadness, but also a great deal of pride, that I rise to pay tribute to my friend and long-term colleague on the council, Mohammed, who died at the age of 92 earlier this year. Fazl, who was a fixture in the Labour group throughout my time on the council, was a much loved and highly respected community champion, an inspiration to others. He was also a trailblazer, and as my cabinet colleague Majid Mahmood said, he was one of the first councillors of a Kashmiri origin in the city and the country, and set the stall for the rest of us. In many ways, Fazl's was a classic Birmingham story, because this is a city that has always welcomed people from across the world. It's a city where people come to succeed and to build a better life. Born in Kashmir in the time of the British Raj, Fazl arrived in the UK in 1953 at the tender age of 18 and quickly secured a job at Lucas Batteries. There, he soon became a shop steward, while also studying hard at night classes, where he developed the skills that made him a formidable advocate on behalf of his fellow workers. It should be remembered that many of his workmates were newly arrived immigrants, often from farming communities, who were not well versed in the language and culture of their new home. In Fazl, they found a true champion, who served as an interpreter and mediator for his compatriots. After his time at Lucas, and by now with a young family to support, he became a ticket inspector and then a bus driver, before moving on to own several businesses. Ever the community champion, it came as no real surprise to his friends and family when he moved into politics in 1987. And for over 30 years, he represented the people of Spark Hill, and for a period Springfield. As you might expect from someone who served the people of Birmingham over such a long period of time, in his time on the council, Fazl served on committees that covered virtually every aspect of life in the city. Everything from education, finance and transport, to housing, social services and community safety, and much, much more. He also served on the West Midlands Police Authority, the West Midlands Integrated Transport Authority and the Transport Delivery Committee. But it was as a tireless and passionate community champion and a decent, dignified man that he will be best remembered. I know that he mentored and supported a number of my colleagues in the Labour group, not least his son, Councillor Akhlaq Ahmed, who told me, he inspired a lot of people and he inspired me to come into politics. He was unbeaten and he will be missed. Indeed, Fazl was a role model, and as Councillor Shibrana Hussain said when paying tribute, the support he gave me when I was first elected in Springfield in 2016 was incredible. Former Lord Mayor Mohammed Azzam summed up the respect and affection for his old friend when he told me he was a true man of his word. What he said, he did, and he worked very hard for the people in his ward. Lord Mayor, of course, Fazl had a life outside politics. He was a proud family man, and as you have already said, he leaves behind 6 daughters, 2 sons, 26 grandchildren and 6 great-grandchildren. Lord Mayor, I want to express my condolences and those of the Labour group to the family in what has been a sad year. They will miss Fazl, as we will miss him, but they will hopefully take some comfort in the fact that he was loved and respected by so many people in the city that he made his home. Thank you.
Councillor Timothy Huxtable.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. On this side of the chamber, we would like to fully endorse and echo the words of Councillor Ian Ward. Obviously, I didn't know Councillor Mohammed Fazl for his first term of office, 87 to 95, because I was still at school. But he was re-elected in Spark Hill, I believe, in 2002, which was the day I joined the council. And obviously, we stayed on the council up until his death. And you could see from his election results, he was a formidable campaigner. You only have to look at his electoral record either in Spark Hill or in Springfield to see how much he was liked by his constituents. He won in 2002 in a tough three-way fight with the Liberal Democrats and the People's Justice Party. In 2004, in the newly created Springfield ward, He was the only of the three, in the all-out elections of the three councillors elected, he was the only Labour councillor to be elected. His other two colleagues from the Lib Dems held it in 2006. Held it in 2006 in tough political times for the Labour Party, and re-held it in 2010 again in another hard three-party way fight with Respect this time on the same day as the general election. So it's quite obvious from all his electoral history what a success he was, how much he was respected by his constituents in Springfield and Spark Hill. In terms of all the committees and outside bodies he represented, he sat on, obviously I sat with him both on the Integrated Transport Authority and the Transport Delivery Committee, as well as on various committees here at the City Council. And again, his contributions were always to be welcomed, and again, a champion for his local community. So on behalf of the Conservative Group, we would like to send our condolences to the family and friend Mohammed Faisal, who will be greatly missed. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Zakir Chowdhury.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to pay tribute to the late Councillor Mohammed Faisal. The Almighty have mercy upon his soul and admit him into the highest place in heaven. His story over the last half a decade reflects my own experience of coming to the UK as a young man, working for one of the biggest local employers, rising through the ranks of ability and accountability. I believe that he has played a lot of role in looking after our community. In 1950s and 60s, when we came into this country, there wasn't a lot for us to look for, and we have made our way. Councillor Faisal has worked so hard for his community that he served up to now. I believe that he had so much passion within Labour group, and he have helped them to come through with all the hardship of our communities. He has served for Labour Councillor for Spark Hill since late 80s, and a remarkable record committed to his party and his local community as example for all. He will be sadly missed by local community and those of us. Lord, may I have shared so many platforms with him on Kashmir issues, where I think he was a champion for our community, and he will be greatly missed for all that hard work he has played. So our deepest condolences to family and his friends on behalf of Lib Dem Group. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I must announce the death of former councillor Mohammed Azzam, who passed away on the 15th of June. Mohammed served as a councillor for Handsworth Wood from 1991 until 1995. During his time on the council, Mohammed served on numerous committees, subcommittees, and outside bodies. I know you will join me in extending to his family our deepest condolences. Would members and officers please stand for 1 minute silence? Councillor Mohammed Azzam. Councillor Wasim Safa.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise on behalf of the Labour Group to pay tribute to the former Labour councillor for the then Handsworth ward, Mohammed Azzam, who unfortunately, as the Lord Mayor said, passed away in Azad, Kashmir on the 15th of June. Lord Mayor, whilst I did not serve with Councillor Azzam as a councillor, I do vaguely remember his election because his children are childhood friends of mine. And Mohammed Azzam was somebody who I valued as a friend, a loyal supporter and campaigner during my numerous campaigns in Lozells, where he lived for many, many years. Mohammed Azzam was an honest man, a fair man, a man of the community, and definitely a family man. He was somebody who had extreme pride in the success of his children. His 5 children and 14 grandchildren had been his life for many, many years, and he made huge sacrifices for them. No doubt starting, like the leader said, the typical Birmingham story where people from all over the world decide to make Birmingham their home for reasons and make sacrifices to come to our great city and call it home to better themselves and their future. Former Councillor Azzam left his village of Thandei, Chekswari, as a teenager, having completed his education in Multan in southern Punjab, which was hundreds of miles away from where his family were, came across here to join family and friends and starting work, and did a number of labour jobs in a variety of industries, working extremely hard to support his family here, his children, his wife, and his other family, immediate family here, but also supporting family and friends in Azad, Kashmir. He was on a visit and had just literally arrived days earlier. At 78 years of age, his health was pretty good, so his death was rather sudden. He had been there visiting family, and particular family who'd recently lost loved ones during the pandemic, and unfortunately suddenly passed away very peacefully at home. Lord Mayor, Mohammed Azzam was a regular, a frequent flyer, you can say, at my advice bureaus. And this is part of the way he behaved. He finished his term as a councillor in 1995, but he continued to serve the community. He continued to work with the community. He was incredibly popular on the Lozells Road, particularly the High Street, and he would often bring his neighbours, local residents who needed their local councillor to advocate on their behalf to see me so I can represent them. And that was why I feel passionately that he was a man of the community who always fought battles of the community. We at times agreed to disagree on particular campaigns because he was always passionate about speaking up on behalf of the community. Mohammed Azzam also came from a political family. From 2011 till 2016, his very, very close relative served as the Prime Minister of Kashmir, Chaudhry Majid, and now Qasim, who's a distant relative of Mohammed Azzam, he serves as the local MP there. So politics is also very much deeply rooted in the family of Mohammed Azzam. The final thing I'll say, Lord Mayor, when news broke in Lozells of Mohammed Azzam's death, within minutes, there were hundreds of people on Francis Road outside his family home. People were in shock and disbelief that he had passed away. And over the coming days, thousands and thousands of people visited the Lozells Central Mosque to pay condolences and to show solidarity with the family. This was a man who may have only served on this council for 4 years, and 4 great years he did representing the people of the then Handsworth ward. But for many, many years he worked hard with the community, showed them support at the most challenging of times, and that is what he will always be remembered for. On behalf of the Labour Group, I'd like to offer our condolences to the family and friends of Mohammed Azzam. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Robert Alden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Now I rise to pay tribute to former Councillor Mohammed Azzam on behalf of the Conservative Group. Mohammed, as we've heard, was a Labour councillor for the Handsworth ward between 1991 and 1995. He was elected on a swing of 7.5% compared to the election 4 years earlier, winning narrowly with just 71% of the vote. Mohammed served just the 1 term, then being replaced by Don Brown in 1995. But while Mohammed was only a councillor for a short time, he was a wide range of involvement on the council during his term, be it from social services to housing, elderly and community care to leisure services. It's fair to say that Mohammed threw himself into working for the City of Birmingham and the residents who elected him. Mohammed was a proud family man who worked hard and put others first, and the tributes locally that Councillor Zaff has described that poured out in his community upon the news of his passing shows just what impact he had in his local community, not just in the 4 years as a councillor, but also in the time since, as we've heard Councillor Zaff describe, where he worked for the community, even though he was no longer the councillor. So, Lord Mayor, on behalf of the Conservative Group, we thank former Councillor Mohammed Azzam for his service to the City and keep his friends and family in our thoughts and prayers at this sad time. Thank you.
Councillor Zaka Traji.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to pay our condolences to former Councillor Mohammed Azzam. His passion was his constituent. He prided himself as being available to champion all causes his constituent presented, and to date is fondly remembered for all he was able to implement during his tenure. One of his proudest achievements was acting as an ambassador for the Labour Party toured to Pakistan, promoting British politics, values, and acting as bridge for the South Asian communities living in UK. He continued to serve his constituent as an ex-councillor and was highly respected individual who was happy to open his door for all members of his community. He leaves 5 children and 14 grandchildren behind. Lord Mayor, I have shared a couple of platforms with him as well on the issues of our communities, and he was a great gentleman, and he will be sadly missed. And our deepest condolence to his family and his friends on behalf of my Labour group. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move on to the agenda item relating to...
Sorry, thank you.
We now move on to the agenda item relating to petitions. That the petitions presented before the meeting be received and referred to the relevant Chief Officer to examine and report as appropriate. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Could I ask those of you who want to present petitions to press your speak button so that you will be shown on the list on my screen? I will now invite members who want to present petitions this afternoon to do so. Please can you clearly state the details of the petition which director or directorate and the petition relates to, and may I remind you that this is not an opportunity to make a speech. Could I also ask you to ensure that your name is on the front page of the petition? Please present your petition and a member of the committee service team will then collect it from you. Are there any more petitions? Please raise your hands. Thank you. Okay. Sorry. Okay. I will now invite members who want to present the petitions this afternoon to do so. I've already done that. Okay. Can I call on Councillor Robert Alden, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition from residents of Erdington to go to the Planning Department opposing planning application 2022/01909/PA. Thank you very much.
Can I call on Councillor Izzy Knowles?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have 3 petitions. Firstly, is to go to the Cabinet Member for the Environment and it's to be jointly presented by him. It's from Petition for Bee Friendly Brum to Birmingham City Council. It has 97,347 signatures, of which at least 12,166 are Birmingham residents, and it is calling for Birmingham City Council to stop routinely spraying verges and pavements and parks with glyphosate-based pesticides, including herbicides. My second petition is to go to highways. This is a call for traffic calming measures in Woodstock Road, Moseley and the surrounding area. It has 132 signatures from the residents of Woodstock Road, plus 5 letters and 2 from local schools. And it's calling for traffic calming measures along the full length of the road. They feel as though they have been neglected in the past. And my third petition is also for highways, and that is also for traffic calming measures in Hayfield Road, Moseley, following a series of road traffic collisions. It has 37 signatories from residents of that road. Thank you.
Councillor Barbara Drink.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I have a petition here from the residents of Bevis Grove and the surrounding houses. It is they are demanding that they have a facility to store their waste between collections. They are asking for communal bins. I have a petition and photographs to support their claim. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Mariam Jan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have an ongoing petition requesting Birmingham City Council to save our community centre. We, the undersigned, call on Birmingham City Council to return Treehurst Community Centre to the community, ensuring it is available for the youth, clubs, exercise and for the elderly, including any other activities. This petition is also available online, and can this please go to the relevant department? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Marcus Bemakosi.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I present this petition on behalf of the residents of Barley Road and the Deersleep Estate in North Edgbaston regarding antisocial behaviour around the Deersleep Nature Reserve. I request that this petition is passed to the Parks Department and the Community Safety Team. Thank you.
Councillor Bushra B.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This petition is on behalf of Ward End Business Association. They've got over 200 signatures, and it's regarding antisocial behaviour on the Washwood Heath Road. We feel West Midlands Police and Birmingham City Council need to step in and enforce the law in Ward End. Local businesses and residents feel unsafe to work and shop in this area due to gangs loitering, demonstrating antisocial behaviour and illegal activities on a daily basis, some of which include selling and consuming drugs in public, drinking alcohol in the streets, intimidating and threatening members of the public, driving and parking illegally, fly tipping, arguing and gang fights, threatening local shop workers physically and verbally, and nuisance behaviour. These issues have been reported to the MP, the councillors and the West Midlands Police on numerous occasions over the past 5 years through emails and meetings, live chat 101 and 999. The lack of support from the policing service and authorities over the years is the reason this situation has escalated, leaving businesses and residents vulnerable in their own community. We do not feel enough is being done about this problem. In the last 3 days, we have collected a huge number of signatures for our petition attached.
Councillor, it's not a time to make a speech. Please just finish your petition.
Okay, thank you. And I've got another one, and that's for a petition to shut down local HMOs. They've got 260 signatures, Lord Mayor. They want these HMOs closed, and there are number 68 Foley Road, 87 Foley Road, 35 Foley Road, 749 to 751 Washwood Heath Road, and 792 Washwood Heath Road, due to antisocial behaviour and drug dealing. Thank you.
Councillor Deborah Harris.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to submit 2 petitions to the Planning Department on behalf of the residents of Yardley East. The first is for the elderly residents of Newman Place, a sheltered housing scheme on the junction of Barrows Lane, Church Road and Queen's Road, and their objection to a further large extension to a house on Queen's Road that overlooks them. And the second petition is on behalf of 2,281 residents who are objecting to a further proposal by Persimmon Homes and Central England Cooperative to build 87 houses on recreational land and football pitches. Ironically, just a couple of weeks away from our celebration of sport with the Commonwealth Games. At Birmingham Co-op Sports and Social Club in Barrows Lane, with plans for just 1 replacement sports pitch that is neither in Yardley East Ward or Yardley constituency. Thank you.
Councillor Akhlaq Ahmed.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition here for the Highways Department asking the department to implement traffic calming measures on the Bromyard Road. There's been a lot of road traffic accidents, and I would request this goes to the Highways Department. Thank you.
Councillor Charman Lal.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition signed by the residents of Kirby Road, Windsor Green, which reads, "We, the undersigned residents of Kirby Road, Windsor Green, B184RG, call upon the Birmingham City Council to resurface our road urgently, as it has been neglected for many years and is now in such a poor state that our road needs immediate surfacing." And I would like this to go to the Highway Department, please.
Councillor Ring Cowell Shagel.
Lord Mayor. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I got a petition to close a motorcycle track in my ward, Holyhead, and I got a petition from Baba Deep Singh Gurdwara and a resident in my ward. Thank you.
Councillor Sharon Thompson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition on behalf of residents of Willow Avenue that are complaining about noise pollution of what's deemed to be an illegal business that's taking place behind their properties. I'm asking that this goes to the relevant departments, which will mainly be enforcement and also environmental. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Ray Goodwin.
For emergency to have their potholes repaired on the drive due to cars being damaged on the way when they're driving down there.
Councillor Majid Mahood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have two petitions to present. The first is from primarily the residents of Jordan House in my ward of Bromford and Hodjo, comprising of 111 signatures calling for the City Council to demolish the tower block as structural works have come to light, which makes the ongoing works unsustainable. As such, the residents believe that Jordan House is no longer adequate or habitable for residents living. I move that the petition goes to the City Housing Directorate. Thank you, Lord Mayor. The second petition is an electronic petition to present on behalf of the Birmingham-based campaign group Be Friendly Brum, which is set up and managed by Beth Clay and Laura Hackett, calling upon the City Council to phase out all use of pesticides, including glyphosate, in the city. I had the pleasure of meeting the group on Sunday at Highbury Park with Councillor Izzy Knowles to accept the petition, which has 97,382 signatures as of 11:23 this morning. Lord Mayor, I also understand that from the group that 12,100 signatures are from Birmingham, and 17,939 from the West Midlands, with many of them working in the city. As such, this meets the threshold of 10,000 for debate and scrutiny.
Speech, please, please conclude now. Please sit down.
City Operations Director. Thank you.
Are there any more petitions? If there are, please raise your hands. Thank you. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? A petition update has been made available electronically, and I move that the petitions update be noted and those petitions for which a satisfactory response has been received be discharged. Is that seconded? Seconded. Is that agreed? Agreed. The next item is to deal with question time, oral question time. We now have questions from members of the public. The indicative time for this item is 20 minutes. There are two questions today. The first question is for the Cabinet Member for the Environment, Councillor Majid Mahood, from Geraldine Healy, who is in attendance at today's meeting. Geraldine, could I ask you to put your question forward, please?
Good afternoon. I'm asking Councillor Mahmood. It is ridiculous for Council to claim a 99.5% collection rate when we have so many bins being missed on a regular basis. Residents carefully sort their household waste, but often the recycling and green waste is put in with the general refuse by your operatives. Residents are fed up with reporting issues and getting the same standard reply each time, and nothing seems to improve. We get penalised when our bins are overflowing or not separated correctly. So why are the Council not held to the same standard that they are imposing upon us? Can the Cabinet Member clearly state how many recycle collections have taken as household over the past 6 months. As far as I can see, it is nowhere near the 100% we need to be aiming to combat climate change. Thank you.
I call upon Councillor Majid Mahmood to reply. I can't get my words out today.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I thank Geraldine for taking time to ask the very important question? Lord Mayor, 99.5% of all scheduled residual and recycling collections are not reported by residents as being missed collections. Unfortunately, we are occasionally unable to fully complete all of our scheduled collections due to issues such as vehicle access, including double parked cars, staff sickness, vehicle mechanical breakdown, adverse weather, and in recent times, a HGV driver shortage. Where we are unable to fully complete collections on the scheduled day, we always attempt to carry out the collection as soon as possible and before the next collection. Occasionally, the circumstances are such that it is not always possible, for example, where there are significant numbers of staff off sick with COVID. Lord Mayor, we do not ever plan to collect recycling or garden waste either mixed in with residual household waste or to dispose of it as residual household waste. In exceptional and very rare cases, however, we may do so to ensure continuity of collections. For example, if a recycling vehicle were to break down partway through a collection round and there was a residual household collection vehicle within close proximity, but no other recycling vehicles in the area, a decision may be taken by management to collect the outstanding recycling in the residual household waste vehicle. Any decision to do so will need to be authorised by the Director of Street Scene. In order to improve such a request, consideration of the environmental impact will be taken, weighing up the amount of recycling to be collected and the driving distance required to send another vehicle. Lord Mayor, there may also be occasions when we collect individual recycling bins with residual household waste, but the bins have been heavily contaminated with non-recyclable materials by residents, and this happens if a recycling bin is tagged as contaminated at the next collection. Lord Mayor, we are blessed that we are the largest council in the country. We have an average 133 refuse collection vehicles operating daily, with at least one vehicle scheduled to visit every street in every week. We collect 350,000 tonnes of residual and recyclables from 534,625 properties on 14,328 roads, and our bin crews travel 576,654 miles annually.
Thank you, Councillor Mahmood. You're out of time. The second question is for the Cabinet Member of Health and Social Care, Councillor Mariam Khan, from Sarah Gibson, who is in attendance at today's meeting. Sarah, could I ask you to put your question forward, please?
Thank you. I first came into contact with the serious effects of sepsis through my mum in 2019. This experience was very difficult and frightening for me as I did not know what sepsis was. Even now, 3 years on, my mum is still struggling with the long-lasting effects that this condition has caused. Sepsis has led to a damaged relationship with my mum and constant anxiety for her well-being. This is because she got no support. Nationally, 245,000 are directly affected yearly, not to mention the family of each person like me. My mum was offered no support. I had to care for her and myself when I was only 11. This is something no child should have to suddenly and irreversibly carry the responsibility for, but thousands have no choice but to. It is vital that patients are signposted towards UK Sepsis Trust services at the hospital. Awareness for sepsis is essential to save lives and lower the death rate of some 48,000 people every year. Will you commit to embedding signposting towards sepsis support systems like Sepsis Trust at hospitals across Birmingham for patients and families? Thank you.
I call upon Councillor Mariam Khan to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Sarah, can I thank you for your question and offer my sincere condolences for what you and your mother have been through in recent years. The ill health of a parent can be upsetting enough, but to have to step in at such a young age and become a carer is a very brave thing to have to do. I'm sure everyone in this chamber will join me in recognising what you have been through and how strong you are. To come to the council chamber and ask a question is a daunting thing to do, and we all respect you deeply for coming here today to raise this really important issue. Signposting Sepsis Trust support service is essential, And as a local authority, we need to work with the NHS and ensure that we provide information and updates for children's and adult social care so that social workers are aware of the condition and appropriate support groups for carers. There are also other support groups such as forward carers who would be well placed to promote such services, and I will be asking my officers to ensure that we highlight this to relevant partner organisations that we work with, and I will also make sure that I raise it with the chairs of the NHS trusts when I meet them. Thank you once again for your question, and I sincerely hope that your mother's health continues to improve. Thank you.
Thank you. The next section is for the oral questions from any councillor to a committee chairman, a lead member of a West Midlands Joint Authority, or a ward forum chair. No supplementary questions are allowed. The time for this section is up to 10 minutes. As always, could I please request that you do not start your question or reply until the red light appears on your microphone to show that it is switched on. Could I please ask that before asking a question, you give the name as well as the designation of the councillor to whom the question is addressed. I call on Barbara Baz. Councillor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to Councillor Phil Davies, Chair of Licensing and Public Protection Committee. A question that has been previously raised in this full council: private hire cars being allowed to use the bus lane. Have you made any progress on this? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Gareth Moore? No? No? Okay. Sorry.
Lord Mayor, colleagues, thank you very much for the question. This may be more an issue for the Cabinet Member for Transport, but I will certainly take it away and confer and provide an answer to the member concerned. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
My apologies, I should have called you at that stage. I now call Councillor Gareth Moore.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I thought I'd been promoted then. My question is to the Chair of the Planning Committee, Councillor Martin Brooks. At the last Planning Committee meeting, a report was presented on student accommodation, a supply and demand assessment. That report based its figures on the assumption that all students will be living in purpose-built student accommodation. Can the Chair explain whether he thinks it is acceptable for such an important report to be based on a fantasy scenario, and whether it should be based on what students studying in Birmingham actually need?
Councillor Brooks to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Moore for his question. As you know, the report on student accommodation was an information report. I think that the report clearly laid out the importance of this city in terms of providing accommodation for our growing numbers of students coming to the city. And I think that the assumptions in the report are largely correct. I know there was some debate on it at the Planning Committee, but I think that the underlying issues in terms of the growth in student numbers and the need across the city to look at providing proper focused student accommodation is really important. I know that in wards across the city, a lot of concerns are regarding students in accommodation that is not necessarily suitable either for them or is neither suitable in terms of the communities that they're living in. So I'd like to work with the universities as well as other accommodation providers to pursue this in greater detail. Thanks.
Councillor Alex Atkin.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is for Chair of the Commonwealth Games, Culture and Physical Activity Scrutiny Committee, Councillor Jack Deakin. Could the Chair of the committee please tell us how the work of the committee will link to everyone's battle, everyone's business? Thank you.
Councillor to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Aitken for his question. One of the things that we will be looking at as a committee, and it comes from various issues and concerns around the National Organising Committee of the Commonwealth Games, is looking at the legacy benefits to the citizens of Birmingham, but also specifically to the different kinds of citizens of Birmingham, whether you are of a minority group, whether that is your sexuality, your ethnicity, your religion, or if you are disabled, and many other protected characteristics, and looking at how the legacy can benefit all citizens of Birmingham and making sure that funding streams are available to those different groups. But in the committee, we will be looking at specifically the scrutiny work that we can do in terms of an overview perspective to make sure that those citizens receive those benefits across our city. There are lots of criticisms of the Commonwealth Games and the potential legacy, and we will have to wait and see the benefits to our communities and the benefits of the legacy to our communities to ensure that everyone can benefit from those things that will come to our communities. But I said in my last speech as well at full council that we all have a duty in this council to make sure that we try and make the Commonwealth Games work and to make sure that the legacy of the Commonwealth Games works for our residents and our wards. And we need to ensure that as councillors we are making the wine, as I said at my last speech, from our sour grapes that some people have in this room and across our city. So I hope that we'll all join together in making sure that we can make this everyone's battle and everyone's business.
Thank you. The next section is for oral questions from councillors other than Cabinet members to a Cabinet member. One supplementary question is allowed. The time for this section is 20 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I call on Councillor Alex Shipp.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. My question is to the Cabinet Member for Social Justice, Community Safety and Equalities, Councillor John Cotton. At our Coordinating and Overview Scrutiny Committee last week, which looks at the work across all scrutiny bodies in Council, I asked the 7 scrutiny chairs present which scrutinies does domestic abuse as an issue fall under. I was met with silence and a round of shrugs from the scrutiny chairs assembled. As the Cabinet Member knows, this issue falls within our portfolios as Cabinet Member and Shadow, but it is shocking how there is currently no scrutiny body that looks at this in any detail and hasn't for years. 56% of young people have experienced some form of controlling behaviour. 1 in 3 women will experience some form of domestic abuse in their lifetime, and approximately 2 women a week are killed by a current or former partner. This, of course, affects men as well as women. Will the Cabinet Member commit to bring forward with me a specific piece of work to a scrutiny body and what this Council has been doing and what it will do better on this highly important issue? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Is there a supplementary?
Answer first, please.
Okay. Okay. Call on Councillor Hutton to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Yipp, for the question. I think it'd be a little going beyond my remit to tell Scrutiny how to go about doing its business. As a former Scrutiny chair, I do take that rather seriously. However, in my recollection, I think I have reported on matters relating to our domestic abuse strategy to the Housing and Neighbourhood Scrutiny Committee, to Coordinating, and to the Health and Social Care Scrutiny Committee in the past. I'm very happy to bring these matters to scrutiny because I think it's important that we have cross-party, cross-member input into discussions around what is an incredibly important issue for the citizens of Birmingham. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Supplementary, Councillor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I appreciate the answer from the Cabinet Member, but I'm sure he also knows that the purpose of scrutiny is to scrutinise the work as opposed to leave it to individuals to try and take this forward. I hope that the Cabinet Member will indeed take this matter through to scrutiny. And another matter which also sits within our portfolio but does not specifically fall within any one scrutiny is also equalities. This is why they see it as a priority across all the scrutinies and each of their responsibilities in line with the Council's Everyone's Battle, Everyone's Business strategy to deliver greater equality for the city. I note Councillor Deakin's answer just now in terms of his specific scrutiny, but will the Cabinet member write with me to each of the scrutiny chairs, asking them how the EB strategy will be fed into the work programmes for the coming year, how each substantive piece of work fulfils the Council's equality strategy to genuinely make it everyone's battle, everyone's business, and commit to reporting back to Co-Ord at the end of the municipal year. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Cabinet member to respond.
I do think, Lord Mayor, that perhaps some of these questions would be better addressed to the Chair of the Coordinating Scrutiny Committee rather than myself. I wouldn't dare tread on Councillor Bore's territory. However, I have already, I believe, undertaken to report into Coordinating Scrutiny on these matters in the autumn, and I am very happy to engage with all scrutiny committees because, as the title says, it is indeed everyone's battle and everyone's business, and we've all got a responsibility to build a more equal city between us. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I now call on Councillor Miriam Jan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Would the Cabinet member, Councillor Cotton, join me by paying thanks to West Midlands Police Inspector Nick and his team, including Satinda, Deborah, Amina, Julie, who helped with the seriousness of racial and homophobic comments made. Jointly together, this individual was arrested. And I would just like that to say a big thank you to everyone who helped.
Cabinet member to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Jan, for that question. I've been on leave for a few days, so I've only just seen the appalling email abuse that you were subjected to when I went into my inbox this morning. There is no place for that kind of abuse in our politics. There's no place for that kind of abuse in our city to a member of this council going about their business, or indeed anybody else in this city going about their business. I absolutely join with you in welcoming the work that was done by the police, by our Chief Legal Officer and by others to call this behaviour out and to bring that person to justice. There is no place for this in Birmingham, and together we all have to stand against it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Jan, do you have a supplementary? I now call on Councillor Lee Marsham.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In Nechells, one of the key issues that residents face are poorly managed homes of multiple occupation. People living next door to HMOs often have to deal with issues of antisocial behaviour, fly tipping and, sadly, even criminal behaviour. I would like to ask the Cabinet Member for Housing and Homelessness, Councillor Sharon Thompson, what Birmingham City Council is doing to tackle the issue of HMOs and the rogue landlords who profit from them without undertaking the vital management that is needed.
Cabinet member to respond.
Thank you very much for your question. I know that HMOs has been a tension of discussion across the whole city, and actually more recently Councillor Kerry Jenkins actually contacted me about this in her ward, and through that meant we ended up writing to every HMO landlord across the city, reminding them of their responsibilities. There is significant work that is taking place when it comes to HMOs within the remit of the law that we actually have. That's also included, previously we had the Article 4 that was brought into place. We're now looking at additional licensing consultation, so if anybody hasn't done it, please do. And we also submitted in terms of selective licensing for 25 wards. But again, this obviously isn't enough based on what's happening in local communities. So this is being looked at across departments. It's not silo working very closely with my colleague, Councillor John Cotton, and the community safety team about the effects that this is having in local neighbourhoods. But what we are saying to residents is please get in touch, please report this when you are going through this so that we can deal with this. And again, I will always say there's a distinct difference between exempt accommodation and HMOs, and I know that they all look the same but aren't always necessarily. But there are some things that we can't do in terms of exempt accommodation, which is also a bone of contention in local communities. But we will continue to lobby the government for them to change their position and take it seriously and give councils more powers. But it's not just about asking them for more powers in terms of exempt accommodation. There are issues within the national planning policies that also cause problems for us when it comes to HMOs, and we will be lobbying them heavily this year in both regards.
Is there a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Thompson. Not only are HMOs poorly managed and poorly maintained, but rising rents are making it harder for individuals to find decent accommodation in our city. What is the Council doing to increase our stock of affordable homes for rent?
Cabinet Member to respond.
Thank you very much for your supplementary question. And yes, we know that nationally there is a housing crisis that is taking place across the country, and there isn't enough homes being built nationally, and we know that already. But Birmingham, what we are doing, we've got the Birmingham Development Plan that we are working towards. We are building properties at the moment through the plan with our partners across the development sector, and I think we are ahead on some of that at the moment in terms of the targets. The bit where we are falling behind on is actually the affordable housing, because in our plan it says 35%, and at the moment I think we're reaching roughly around 22% in terms of affordable. But what we are doing is we are taking this incredibly seriously as a council, because we note the pressures that it's having to do with temporary accommodation, the waiting lists, people that want to live in affordable housing. So I know the corporate team have been working closely together, and we are looking at more solutions and having more dialogue with actual developers and actually pushing back a little bit more in terms of making sure that we're getting the affordable in terms of closer to the 35%. And I know also that the director is looking at land availability, and we will be looking and speaking to those that do have land that maybe they can think about building on. So a lot of work is being done, and we recognise it's not being done quickly enough because of some of the pressures and those that are staying in temporary accommodation or in adequate housing. But the council is absolutely doing its best, and we are lobbying the government to ask them to increase the capability of local councils to build properties, because we're one of the few that actually build our own. But we will continue with that work, and I thank you again for your question.
Councillor John Hunt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to Councillor Clements, the Cabinet Member for Transport. As the Cabinet Member will know, the Commonwealth Games is intended to be a public transport games. Visitors are being discouraged, and in fact there is no facility for people to bring cars to many locations, particularly to Perry Bar. Has the Cabinet Member examined the contingency arrangements that may be necessary in the event of a rail strike during the Games?
Cabinet Member to respond.
Much for your question, Councillor Hunt. Obviously, you know, the risk of a rail strike is on everyone's minds, and I can confirm that officers for Transport for the West Midlands are working on a contingency plan which will involve bringing in buses and coaches, you know, to provide alternative transport. There have also been other initiatives, such as the decision to make the bike hire scheme free for the duration of the Games, which I think will help people to have other transport options, and also is a step towards persuading people to make a permanent shift towards cycling. I think we all hope, you know, that there isn't a rail strike, and we're hoping for the government to intervene constructively to help resolve this dispute as soon as possible. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Hunt?
Thank you, Councillor Clements. As a ward councillor, I'm concerned that in the event of a rail strike and in the event of problems with public transport, that ticket holders may start to panic and try and get their cars close to the event, and it may overload the parking control mechanisms that are in place for the Games at present. I wonder if you'd have a look at that situation, because I haven't been reassured in conversations I've had that the facilities such as tow trucks and wardens, etc., will be deployed outside the controlled area if problems arise.
Cabinet Member to respond.
Reassure Councillor Hunt that obviously there are very detailed traffic management plans around all the venues, and they're taking into consideration the risk of the impact of industrial action and the non-availability of rail services. And as I say, we all hope it's not, not going to have an impact on the games, but we're preparing. This should be a public transport games, and the Commonwealth Games is the best opportunity we've got to promote mode shift in this city and get people out of their cars. So obviously, we don't want it to be a rail strike, but we are preparing for that eventuality. Thank you very much.
Councillor Adam Higgs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is also to Councillor Liz Clements, Cabinet Member for Transport. My question is, at the elections in May, we had Labour candidates calling for a review into the Kings Heath low traffic neighbourhood. And I have this leaflet that was put out around the time of the election from former Councillor Mike Leddy with the key subheader, Mike calls for review of low traffic neighbourhood. So with such scepticism of the Kings Heath LTN, even amongst Labour Party members and councillors, will you support a review into the LTN in Kings Heath?
Cabinet Member to respond.
Councillor Higgs, for raising the issue of the Kings Heath LTN. I'd like to point out to you that the councillors for Kings Heath and Brandwood were re-elected as Labour councillors and have fully supported the LTN in Kings Heath and faced down many of the fringe candidates who tried to turn it into a cultural war and actually failed to address the issue of trying to get people out of their cars, tackle air pollution, promote active travel and create a better environment for everybody in Kings Heath, but particularly children and anyone who's got any respiratory problems. So I think low traffic neighbourhoods, places for people, are a key part of our transport plan for this city. Ultimately, they are the strategy that's going to keep this city moving and keep it a healthy environment for all of us. So no, I won't be calling for a review as called for by the former councillor Mike Leddy. You may be aware that a cabinet decision about the Kings Heath LTN was actually called in during the election campaign. At that point, I was still serving as the chair of the Transport Scrutiny Committee, and I think that meeting was actually valuable because it allowed us to go through the report and look at how detailed the consultation was and how much input local members and the local MPs have had into improving that scheme and actually turning it into an approach for Kings Heath that will improve the environment for everybody. So I think a good compromise has been reached with a combination of an LTN, one-way streets, new school streets, a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit across the whole area. And I would actually love to have that sort of approach in my own ward. Doubtless other colleagues across the chamber would like to see that as well. So I think we need to learn from the experience of Kings Heath. There are clearly things that could have gone better, but it's the start of this ambitious new strategy to transform the way that we move around Birmingham. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Hicks? No, thank you. I now call on Councillor Julian Pritchard.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And my question is also for the Cabinet Member for Transport. On the 18th of June, two cars collided on Broad Lane in my ward, sending one hurtling into another vehicle that was parked on a driveway nearby. A child was pulled from the backseat of a car after the crash, which sent the second vehicle spinning onto its roof. This is the second serious crash on this stretch in a matter of months, following one in January when a car hurtled into somebody's front room. It's only a matter of time before somebody's killed. Does the Cabinet Member think that there haven't been enough serious accidents is a satisfactory response for requests for investment in traffic calming measures at this location? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Cabinet Member to respond.
Councillor Pritchard, for your question. I think you're raising a very serious issue about road safety on Broad Lane in your ward. As you know, we have corresponded on this issue and you've raised various questions. I mean, it is the case that the officers are applying a metric, which is the number of people killed or seriously injured in incidents. But it sounds to me as though there is a case for looking again at the situation on that road in your ward. And I would like to let you know that actually some residents got in contact with me who live near the property where the wall was broken down by the car, and I did arrange for debris that was in the road to be removed. So I'm aware of the situation there. And I'd like to just say that for me, road safety in the city is an absolute priority. The road safety strategy is being refreshed, and I think it's incumbent on all of us to be pushing for Vision Zero in this city, because in the last 5 or 6 weeks, Six people have been killed. I think it's 6 people have been killed in road accidents, and we shouldn't be tolerating that level of death on our roads. We need to have roads that are safe, and we'll follow through on individual schemes like the one that you'd like to see on Broad Lane. But overall, we need to get people driving more safely, slowing down, and actually having consideration for vulnerable road users, pedestrians, cyclists, children, because it's in all our interests to keep the road safe. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to the Cabinet Member for the response. So can I ask then, does that mean that she'll personally look into this particular matter and see what can be done to improve the safety of this particular stretch, including possibly joining me in a site visit when she's able to find the time?
Cabinet Member to respond.
Follow-up question. I'd be delighted to come on a site visit. In fact, I think it would be excellent if we both cycled around Broad Lane and some of the surrounding roads to see what it's like for pedestrians and cyclists. And obviously, then I would arrange for the relevant officers to accompany us on the visit and look at the issues. I can't make any commitments, and I will always be guided by the professional judgments of our expert staff. But I take very seriously the issues that you've raised, and I reiterate, road safety is one of the things that I want to make an absolute priority for my tenure in this role.
Councillor Jack Deacon.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is for Councillor Jane Francis, the Cabinet Member for Digital, Culture, Heritage and Tourism. Could she kindly update us on the reopening of the Birmingham Museum and Art Gallery, please? Thank you very much.
Cabinet Member to respond. Councillor Francis. Councillor Francis needs switching on.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Deakin, for your question. Colleagues in the Chamber will be aware that I'm a real fan of Birmingham Museum and Art Gallery. It is indeed one of Birmingham's cultural jewels, and it showcases and creates and facilitates stories about resilience and pride, we say. Birmingham is a city of 1,000 trades. It's something we mention quite often. Like many organisations, BMAG was closed during the pandemic, and the BMAG used some of that time to refresh and reimagine its exhibitions. Lord Mayor, colleagues, I can tell you that the result is simply incredible. If you've not seen it, please make time to do so. Reopening recently in May, there are currently 6 exhibitions, including Anti-Racism Archives, a celebration of the Q Club via Birmingham's Music Archives, a celebration of We Are Birmingham, which addresses representation and the complex histories which are created by young people. Wonderland, an exhibition exploring 125 years of cinema going in the city. And Found Cities, an amazing exhibition about women in the city, exploring women's experiences of the urban and built environment and boundaries to freedom. Everyone involved, from BMT trustees to directors, curators and volunteers, deserve our thanks for making BMAG one of the most exciting places to visit, and I simply can't recommend it enough. It is likely there will continue to be a growth in the number of visitors, particularly during the Commonwealth Games, which start in a couple of weeks' time, when Birmingham will be able to further showcase our arts and culture offer. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Francis, for that update. It all sounds very exciting, and I look forward to inviting you to the Scrutiny Committee that I chair to give us a further and more in-depth update on culture and heritage. There will be, I imagine, a positive impact on our local economy as well. Do you have any visitor numbers for BMAG?
Cabinet Member to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you for your question. Yes, I welcome coming back to your Scrutiny Committee, Councillor Deakin. I do have some footfall figures up to and including 2nd of July. Since reopening, there have been over 102,000 visitors, which is incredible. In May, there were nearly 49,000 visitors to BMAG, and in June, a similar number of nearly 44k. And also, the tea rooms in the museum shop are doing really good business, and the diversity of the exhibitions is helping draw in a younger and more diverse crowd and visitor group. And again, that's something to be applauded. I am absolutely delighted with these numbers, and I know museum staff are, and as are the Board of Trustees. I'm absolutely sure that these numbers will increase during the Commonwealth Games when we have lots and lots of visitors walking around our very beautiful squares, and continue throughout the summer. They are a very important part, BMAG is a very important part of our effort to boost the local economy, and they will help ensure, along with other organisations, that our hospitality sector is supported. So thank you very, very much for your support, everybody, in this. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I now call Councillor Sadiq Mia.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Access to nutritious fresh food is absolutely essential in building a healthy lifestyle. I was pleased to find a draft copy of Birmingham Food Strategy on my seat today. I would like to ask Cabinet Member for Health and Social Care, Councillor Mariam Khan, what impact she thinks that this strategy will have on our city's health. Thank you.
Cabinet Member to respond.
Thank you, Councillor Mayor, for the question. Food is a big issue in Birmingham, and although some of the solutions will come from national actions, many need to be driven locally. We have too many children going to school hungry, too many families struggling to eat nutritious meals, and too many people who are overweight and undernourished, and not enough locally produced food. However, this is also a massive opportunity for our city, as the food industry is a big employer and an essential element of our economy. It's an exciting time for us in Birmingham, as there are local food legends across the city who have been doing amazing things for years, from community projects and researchers to food businesses who are coming together and sharing their stories and driving the Birmingham food revolution, and it is also inspiring others to do more too. Our ambition is for a regenerative food system where our environment, communities and economy thrives. This is truly a time for our city to be united over something that is relevant to us all. We all need to eat, so this is an issue for every single one of us. Our vision is to create a bold, fair, sustainable and prosperous food system and economy where food choices are nutritious, affordable and desirable, so all citizens can achieve their potential for a happy, healthy life. We need a big change, a food revolution for Birmingham. We have drafted a plan in partnership with people across the city, and we need to know what you think about it if you care about food. And let's be honest, who doesn't care about food? I strongly encourage every single member of the Chamber to respond to the online consultation on Be Heard, or come and participate in one of the in-person consultation events. I can also circulate dates for members if people are interested. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary? Thank you.
Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Khan. Sadly, many people in our city struggle to access healthy fresh food. This has a huge impact on our children, with a poor diet in childhood leading to problems in later life. What will the food strategy do to help parents to give their children the best start in life? Thank you.
Cabinet Member to respond.
Thank you, Councillor Mayor, for your supplementary. As a mum with 3 young children, I want us as a city to give all of our children in Birmingham the best start in life. Our vision for this strategy is a bold one, and we all need to recognise also that the scale of poverty in our city is our biggest challenge. 41% of children under 18 years in Birmingham live in poverty, compared to the national average of 31%. That equates to 118,000 children, which is equivalent to the total population of over 7 wards in Birmingham. Poverty and access to food is a citywide issue, as 90% of wards are more deprived than the national average. Another frightening statistic is that 11 in every 100 children in Birmingham are obese when starting primary school, and this more than doubles to 26 in every 100 being obese by the time that they leave in year 6. This figure increases to 38 in every 100 children if overweight is also included in addition to obesity. What we can do through this food strategy is to support parents, families and those who work with children to develop skills for a lifetime within children and young people to help them build healthy relationships with food as they grow into adulthood. And we can also support greater understanding of how to prepare and cook food, especially in the context of limited time and finances. I'm hoping that everyone in the chamber has got a copy of the draft strategy, and I'll encourage everyone to have a look at this and please do complete the questionnaire that is available online. Thank you.
We now move forward to the final section under oral questions, which is for questions from councillors other than Cabinet members. To the Leader or Deputy Leader, one supplementary question is allowed. The time for this section is 20 minutes. I will call on Councillor Robert Alden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a question for the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward. In December 2021, Councillor Gareth Moore and myself brought an amendment to the Scrutiny report on exempt accommodation that was agreed by the Council. One of the additional recommendations was a call for the Council legal team to draft a statutory instrument that we could cross-party put to government to amend the 2004 Housing Act and require exempt accommodation therefore to need planning permission. Given the priority on tackling the rise of exempt accommodation the administration have raised previously, and us raising this when there was no progress 3 months ago in the Council chamber, could the Leader of the Council now update the chamber on what progress there's been on legal services drafting a statutory instrument?
Cabinet member to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'm not able to do that this afternoon off the top of my head. I will need to have a conversation with the Chief Legal Officer of the City Council, and I'll have to give you an answer in writing.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I do. And clearly this is a really important issue, so hopefully the Leader will be able to answer the second part of this issue. The recommendations also included a call on the Executive to bring forward a report to Cabinet to seek to place covenants on all Council properties, preventing single-dwelling homes from being converted, and for the Council to actively enforce existing covenants. Can the Leader of the Council therefore inform the Chamber on what date will this report come forward, and when will the Council start enforcing existing covenants as this Chamber called for in December 2021?
Cabinet member to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. The report will be forthcoming as quickly as we can possibly do so.
I now call on Councillor Izzy Knowles.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question was for the previous section.
Thank you. I'll call on Councillor David Pears.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to Ian Ward, the Leader of the Council. The Leader will be aware from previous emails of the problems of unauthorised encampments of travellers in our parks, especially Sutton Park, which has already suffered 4 times this year. So my question is, what is being done to stop this, and why is the approved site still out of action, as this is letting such travellers run ring round us, leaving their detritus behind? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Leader to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Well, the City Council takes prompt action on all illegal incursions into parkland right across the city, and the Council ensures that any of these illegal encampments are moved on as quickly as is humanly possible. In respect of the traveller site within the city, I think Councillor Pears will see some action on that imminently.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, I do. The new Police Crime and Sentencing Act, which your party opposed, gives the police new powers to tackle unauthorised encampments. Can you assure the public that you will be working with the police to ensure that these new powers are used in full to tackle the misery, harm and expense created by unauthorised encampments, especially in our parks, during and after the Commonwealth Games? Thank you.
Leader to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I can reassure Councillor Pears that the City Council always works very closely with West Midlands Police to ensure that the law is enforced.
I now call on Councillor Mohammed Azzam.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Excitement is building across the city as we look forward to the beginning of the Commonwealth game. The city looks fantastic, and the people of Birmingham are ready to give our friends from the Commonwealth a huge welcome. I would like to ask the leader of the council, Councillor Ian Ward, to update us on whether he thinks that we are ready for the game to begin. Thank you.
Cabinet Member to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Well, there has been a huge amount of effort put in by both the organising committee and the City Council and other partners to ensure that the games, which commence in just 16 days' time, are an enormous success, not just for the City of Birmingham, but for all of the people and all of the different communities of the City of Birmingham. As I say, there's just 16 days to go, but before those 16 days expire, we will welcome the Queen's Baton Relay into the city. That will be arriving in the city on the 26th of July, and on the 26th and 27th of July, it will proceed through all 10 constituencies right across the city. So there'll be an opportunity for all of the communities right across Birmingham to engage with the baton relay across those 2 days. And I pay thanks to Councillor Mariam Khan and the Scrutiny Committee that she was the chair of in the last municipal year for doing the work to ensure that the Queen's Baton Relay route through the city was inclusive and that those having the honour of carrying the baton on that route were also diverse. As I say, those 2 days on the 26th and 27th of July. On the 27th of July, there will be a community event here in Victoria Square to celebrate the arrival of the Queen's Baton Relay. All members of the council will have received or are about to receive an invitation to that event, and I do hope you'll come and join myself and the Cabinet on the 27th to celebrate the Queen's Baton Relay arriving in the city centre. On the 28th, we will have the pleasure of seeing the opening ceremony for the Birmingham Commonwealth Games. The opening ceremony tells a story of our city. It tells a story in a very, very clever way. All members of the council will receive 2 tickets to that event, and I do hope you take the opportunity to go along and witness what I think will be an incredible opening ceremony to the Games. That will then be followed by 10 days of international sport. And again, if you do have tickets, then congratulations to each and every one of you. And I do hope that you enjoy the sporting events for the tickets that you have been allocated to. Even if you do not have a ticket, though, and I say this to all of the residents of Birmingham, do come into the city centre and be part of what I believe will be a unique atmosphere created by the super diverse young population of the city of Birmingham. Come and be part of that, either at the Smithfield activation site, which is also the venue for 3-on-3 basketball and beach volleyball, or in Victoria Square. At both sites, there'll be large screens, there'll be entertainment, there'll be food and drink that can be purchased. And then finally, Lord Mayor, on the first Saturday of the Games, on the 30th of July, the marathon will finish in Victoria Square, both the men's and women's, and all members of the council are welcome to attend the finish of those 2 races. Committee rooms 3 and 4 will be made available. I do hope I will see many of you, if not at the finish of the marathon, then at some point during the 11 days of the Commonwealth Games, and I will welcome the opportunity to talk to you all.
Time, Cabinet Member. Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Excitement is rising right across the city, and my residents in Sparbrook and Wolseley, each ward, are looking forward to the games beginning. Councillor Ward, what impact do you think that the games will have on communities like mine? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Cabinet Member to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Right from the very beginning, I think we've been very clear that although it's fantastic to have 11 days of international sport in the city, the real benefit from hosting this huge, huge event is the legacy that can be created. We've already seen over £700 million of investment into the Perry Bar part of North Birmingham, which I know Councillor Hunt in particular is grateful for. The games themselves, the opening ceremony, will have a television audience around the world at possibly in excess of 1 billion people. We will never have such an opportunity to present our city and our people to the world. And this really is the opportunity to change the image of the city of Birmingham, both nationally and internationally. We will also receive 1 million visitors during the 11 days of sport, and those 1 million visitors to the city are going to generate an economic benefit to the city and the wider city region of around £1 billion of economic benefit. So the benefits from hosting this event are enormous, and I recall that when we were making the decision to bid and we were discussing the £184 million that the council would have to invest to bring the games to Birmingham, there were some in this chamber who were nervous, there were some in this chamber who told me it couldn't be done and it was too expensive. Well, I'd say to all of those today, I hope that you've seen that the games are generating enormous benefit to this city, and the truth is that we could not have afforded not to do it. Because by the end of this, and by the time we deliver the full legacy, we will have delivered more investment to this city than the 184 million that we have spent, and we will do that many, many times over. The other point to make, of course, is if we had not won the bid, we'd all be sat here now watching all this happen elsewhere in the United Kingdom. So I'm extremely pleased that we did win the bid. I'm extremely pleased we'll be celebrating the 22nd edition of the Commonwealth Games here in the city of Birmingham, and I hope you'll all join with me in ensuring that the legacy for the city and the people of this city is absolutely maximised. Thank you.
I now call on Councillor Gareth Moore.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward. Given the millions of pounds being spent in Victoria Square from the proceeds of the Clean Air Zone, why was the Council using a toxic emitting generator to seemingly power mobile CCTV?
Cabinet Member to respond.
Lord Mayor, could I ask Councillor Moore to repeat the end of that question?
Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Why was the Council using a toxin-emitting generator to seemingly power mobile CCTV?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I was not aware of that, and I thank Councillor Moore for bringing this matter to my attention. Perhaps outside of this meeting we could have a further conversation on any information he has around this, but I'm very concerned to hear what he has said this afternoon, and I will look into it.
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Moore?
I do, Lord Mayor, thank you. Whilst the type of fuel used by this generator, MVO, is low carbon, it is not zero carbon, and it still emits between 86 to 93% of NOx as standard diesel. Is this not another sign that far from this administration being interested in clean air, it is always about making money to fund your own vanity projects?
Cabinet Member to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'm not sure the final comments from Councillor Moore are that helpful if he's really keen on getting to the bottom of this issue and ensuring that this sort of thing doesn't happen again. But as I've already said to him, I will have a further conversation with him and I will look into this matter because, as he points out, this is right at the centre of the city's clean air zone. And if he's correct in what he has said this afternoon, then I'm very concerned about the issue he's brought to my attention.
Thank you. We're now out of time on questions, so we move forward to the next item, which is appointments by the City Council. Councillor Ian Ward. Councillor Ward, do we have? We could do.
May?
Yes.
Before Councillor Ward, can I request that Councillor Barno be removed from the Planning Committee and that Councillor Deakin replaces her?
Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Are there any updates in terms of nominations? Go ahead.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move the following change to City Council appointment on behalf of the Liberal Democrat Group.
Councillor Mariam Jan to replace Councillor Penny Wagg on Education and Children's Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay. Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. We now move forward, and we will now receive a report of the City Solicitor in relation to the recruitment and appointment of members to the Independent Remuneration Panel. The time for this item is 5 minutes. Could I ask those of you who want to speak to push your microphone buttons once so that you appear on my screen? I will call upon the leader, Councillor Ian Ward, to move the recommendation.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. As members of the Council will be aware, the Independent Remuneration Panel was established back in 2001. Its current membership consists of 4 citizen representatives selected through public advertisement, 2 appointed panel members where preference is given to candidates representing trade unions or business, and 2 co-opted panel members drawn from former councillors of the City Council who are no longer members of the Council. This particular report makes 2 recommendations to appoint the following. First of all, the former members of the Council to the committee, and in this instance the recommendations are Honorary Alderman Carl Rice and former Councillor Peter Fowler. There's also a recommendation to recruit 1 citizen representative and 1 appointed representative. In the case of those 2 latter representatives, there will be a further report to Council on the 13th of September to confirm the appointments. So, Lord Mayor, I move the motion that is in my name under agenda item 8 on today's order paper. Thank you.
The recommendation will be seconded from the floor. I call upon the seconder to do so. No seconders, fine. We will now debate the report. No? No debates? No? Okay. So, no one wants to debate this particular one, so we'll move forward again. Can I ask the leader, do you need to reply?
Lord Mayor, can I just say how delighted I am that this has been agreed unanimously.
We will now vote on this motion. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. We will now receive a report of the Strategic Director of Council Management in relation to the consideration of changes to the Council's procurement and contract governance rules and recommendation for approval by full Council. The time for this item is 30 minutes. Could I ask those of you who want to speak to push your microphone button again so that you appear on my screen? I will call upon the Cabinet Member for Finance and Resources, Councillor Yvonne Mosquito, to move the recommendations.
Lord Mayor, local government procurement and contract governance isn't the most glamorous of subjects. It isn't the hot topic that everyone is talking about in Birmingham, but it matters. Just as this report matters. This is an important piece of work, and I want to place on record my gratitude to the councillors, notably my predecessor, Tristan Chatfield, who understood the vital role that could be played by Scrutiny colleagues in this review, and of course the officers, who have worked hard to review the Council's procurement and contract governance rules. In doing so, I must pay special recognition to Councillor Mohammed, who was chair of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee review led on the final recommendations. I'm also grateful to Councillor Miriam Jenkins for his detailed feedback, which added a rich context to the whole review. Lord Mayor, while I have the job of presenting this report to full Council today, I cannot take any credit for the contents of this review. I am, however, confident that this work and the final recommendations will significantly improve our procurement processes moving forward. As with many areas of Council business, this is a journey.
And while we will continue to make improvements to our procurement and contract governance processes, we are undoubtedly heading in the right direction. Lord Mayor, I was privileged to attend the Chartered Institutes of Procurement and Professional 90th birthday, an event that opened my eyes to the new opportunities for further streamlining of the processes within procurement. I've also read the views from officers, suppliers, bidders, and councillors that we have more to do. I would say this is a journey, and the spirit of this document captures the desire of everyone to make procurement more inclusive for local businesses, despite sometimes challenging legislation. Lord Mayor, as you know, Birmingham City Council is one of this city's anchor institutions with a considerable budget, and we already play a key role in the economic prospects of our citizens. We can and must build on that to better support local jobs and businesses. This report moves us in the right direction, and I commend all the work carried out by officers, colleagues, and former colleagues. Lord Mayor, I move that the changes presented in the updated procurement and contract governance rules, Appendix 1, be approved as part of the new contract standing orders for the Council and incorporated into the Council's constitution. That delegated authority be granted to the Section 151 officer and monitoring officer to agree any final minor changes and edits to the contract standing orders and supporting procedural notes in conjunction with the Cabinet Member for Finance and Resources. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Is that seconded? I have one amendment which will be debated with the report. I call upon Councillor Marion Jenkins to move the amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, I think most of us can probably agree with Councillor Mosquito insofar as procurement is unlikely to be regarded as an exciting subject and probably not something that most of us get vexed about. But on this occasion, the matter actually goes further than just procurement. What we are addressing in principle in our amendment is who runs this council. And what we see in these procurement rules is a shift of power from the members who are elected to run the council, and in particular the executive, the cabinet members, to the officers. And I think that's a derogation of duty on our part, and I think it's bad for the efficient running of the council. There's a number of things in particular that meant we were unable to support this report. I was involved in the group that spent quite a lot of time reviewing the procurement rules, and we just weren't able to reach agreement. In fact, at one point, an officer told me that he thought I ought to go for retraining. The immediate response that came to mind consisted of 2 words, the second being off. But I didn't resort to that. I tried to address the point that we were there to run the council, not the officers. So, turning to the detail of it. You may be aware that in Birmingham, we have a very, very high officer delegation authority for the authorisation of contracts. Now, I know we are a bigger city than Manchester and Sheffield, but we're not 20 times bigger than Manchester, and we're not 40 times bigger than Sheffield. And yet those are the factors that would compare their delegation authorities to our own. If we look to Newcastle, we are 100 times, they have a delegation authority of £100,000, which is 100 times lower than ours. Now, given factors of 20, 40, and 100, it really makes you begin to wonder whether ours might be too high. And, you know, these are authorities that don't seem to have any problems with efficient procurement. They haven't had any Section 24 notices, you know, whereas we've had 3 of them. Interestingly enough, by the way, the the cabinet members in these cities get considerably smaller allowances than ours. Now I don't think that's right. I think our cabinet members should be paid considerably more than they are. But it is interesting to reflect, isn't it, that they do more work, they take more authority, and yet they get paid a lot less. So what we'd like to do as our first amendment is to reduce the officer delegation threshold to a figure that's at least closer to the norm in local government, and would mean that the responsibility for purchase decisions, and by which I mean the purchase orders, should be signed by the cabinet members, which is not happening at the moment. The purchase orders should be signed by the cabinet members when the threshold exceeds the figures that we've given, 500,000 down from 10 million. We'd like to introduce a considerably lower threshold in the special case of the procurement of management consultancy services. Obviously, there are occasions when consultants can add real value to the operation of the city, but it's a contentious area where people earn eye-watering day rates. You know, we have management consultants operating at rates of £1,500+ a day. You know, I mean, how many average workers in Birmingham are on £1,500 a day, and even higher figures than that, particularly when we're using some of the large consultancy firms. So we think this is an area that merits particular scrutiny, and so we'd like to reduce the threshold on that to £10,000 for officer delegation, beyond which the cabinet member would need to sign the purchase order. And we'd like to extend the same principle to the late renewal of contracts and contracts extension. The two things, although different, often end up being joined together, because when we are inefficient in renewing a contract, we often end up having to extend the existing one when we should have gone out to procurement for the previous one, and so on. So we think this is an area which, again, merits member scrutiny, and we'd like to see individual reports to Cabinet when these occasions arise, which means that everybody, including the public, gets the opportunity to scrutinise these things properly. The final thing, there's two more things, sorry, the penultimate thing that we would like to ask for is that all exit packages for officers in excess of £100,000 need to come to full council. Now, this was a government recommendation anyway, and in not doing so, the council is going against government recommendations. But just think about that, you know, that someone is being paid off in excess of £100,000, often, as we've seen, in controversial circumstances. And I think we owe it to the citizens of Birmingham, most of whom couldn't dream of earning figures like that in a payoff, that we scrutinise it properly and ensure that it isn't essentially an officers' club that's resulting in these large payoffs one by one. The final point, Lord Mayor, that we think is important is that of a register of professional interests for officers. Now we accept that officers are servants of the council. That's not the same as members, and therefore we would set the bar lower in terms of the interest that they would have to declare compared to those that we would expect ourselves to declare. But it has been established that this is the right thing to do, and you'll see that in our amendment we've referenced the case of Greenwood and Bolton MBC versus the Information Commissioner, where the case established that there should, you know, it is fair and proper that there should be a register of professional interests for officers. And in fact, some time ago, in the 13th of June 2017, the council actually resolved that this should be the case. So there you go, we decided that should be the case. It never happened. And that really brings me back to the point I made at the start of the speech about, you know, what are we doing here as a full...
Time. I now call upon Councillor Simon Morrell to second the amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So I've got to try and make procurement exciting. That might be a bit of a challenge, but procurement is important. You're absolutely right. And one of the reasons it's something that I care about is before I became a councillor, I used to work in media. And every single company that I worked for, whoever had the local authority on their accounts list would hit target every single month. And I always found that quite interesting. And being on the council, and for the last 2 years being on audit committee with my colleague, it's been quite interesting scrutinising this council to find out some of the greatest hits. So for those who have just joined the council, you might know they sold the NEC for £300 million when it was actually worth £800. They said it would cost £2 million to move the Perry Bar bus depot, but it actually costs £15 million. And of course, the Commonwealth Games, as much as I'm going to be celebrating the Commonwealth Games, if we're going to talk about procurement, my goodness, the scandals involved with that have been absolutely astronomical. The PFI contracts, in particular highways, this government, our government gives this council over £1 million every single week to fix potholes, and yet our roads are an absolute disgrace. And as already been mentioned by my colleague, staff retention and recruitment at this council is absolutely appalling. The amount of interims that we hire at this council and the cost to the taxpayer is staggering, and we really need to explore that. But the thing that I'm really passionate about when it comes to procurement is our assets portfolio. Previously, we did a lot of work around this on the Economy and Skills Overview and Scrutiny Committee, and this was driven around a scandal that happened in my ward, the Hollymore scandal, where there's an old community building and it could be put to community use. It was an old mental hospital, and they had a broken boiler. And we asked the girls there to go to the private sector to get 3 separate quotations. And those quotations came back between £60,000 and £90,000. We waited and waited for the council to come back from its own preferred supplier. And they came back with a cost of £450,000. Colleagues, you could have probably brought the building for that, and we had to fight to save it. I'm happy to say now, the boiler has been repaired and it has been put into good use. But this was also driven about the procurement laws at government level. And I was happy to see that the Hollymore scandal was mentioned in Parliament during the Queen's speech to change those laws so that councils have more flexibility, like this one, to actually do something about that. However, there has been a missed opportunity here. And it goes back to the substantive point made by my colleague. And that is the fact that we are delegating so much responsibility to officers. And again, going back to the interims and all the rest of it, what are we doing as a council? Because this council likes to hide behind the excuse of austerity over and over again of the reason it fails time and time again. This is your opportunity to raise the capital and the funding to radically transform how you run the finances of this council. And when you delegate it to officers, that is not running this council effectively. And so I do hope that changes moving forward. And just finally, the report came earlier this year. It was a cross-party piece of work about the assets portfolio. I mentioned then I was very disappointed to see a lot of the procurement elements of that were removed from that report. And the other disappointing thing is not much of that has been reiterated in this one. So we will probably continue to have to hound you over that, because Birmingham City Council has more assets than the Queen, someone said to me. And probably there are council buildings sitting in all of your wards right now that could be put to community use. And I would advise the new councillors, go and have a chat with them, find out a bit more about why they're not being put to use. And I guarantee you, procurement will come up. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We will now debate the report, and I call on Councillor Lisa Trickett.
Lord Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. It's a brave Tory that stands up and comments on the procurement of public services, given the £37 billion debacle and political interference in the test and trace system. I've always admired certain colleagues' ability to understand process and procedure, but again, Marion, I'm afraid you have failed on this circumstance, because actually what you have failed to do is to see how actually what we have set out here in terms of procurement fits alongside the cabinet process and the policy making process that actually does allow for political oversight, but also a thing we found slightly lacking in the Tory government, or do I just say leadership, because we're never too sure if we've got a government or not. at the moment. But what we actually enable is the appropriate audit trails, the appropriate accountability and transparency, and ensuring that actually we do secure and take through the right processes. I actually welcome this report, and again, maybe I'm a bit sad, maybe I'm a bit lonely, but I actually find procurement really sexy, and I find it really interesting, because actually Birmingham is big, and as we say, Birmingham is bold, and by using our purchasing power, we can change people's lives. We can also change what happens for our climate, as well as our communities. Whilst I welcome this report, I also very much welcome Councillor Mosquito's point and very much happily support any further work where we actually start to look at how we can use our procurement to take us on that net zero route, how we can actually ensure that we use our ability to influence and procure to deliver for climate, and equally our ability to procure and to use our purchasing power to address inequality. Because what we do as a Labour Council is we are committed to deliver for climate and community, whilst the Tories will deliver for corporates. What I would also want us to reflect upon in this, and it's very much about how we go about procurement. I was once known to actually say, in fact, why do I say once? I have said many a time that local government procurement is the death of innovation. And indeed, it very often is in the way it is conducted as a purely bureaucratic process. It has a strategic arm to it, and we need to be much more strategic and collaborative in the way that we now take forward these rules. We signed up some time ago to be a co-op council. We need to look at how we can use procurement and how we can now use these clear rules to actually ensure that we take forward a mutual process that actually enables us to work with the third sector, local communities, smaller organisations, so that it is not always the big consultancies that are actually securing the benefit, whilst the intelligence and knowledge of the communities are sought to actually make the contract work. So again, I very much welcome this report. Hats off to the Tories for trying to give any advice to anyone on probity or procurement. And I welcome the fact that this is a journey and we can move forward. Thank you.
I'll now call on Councillor Shipp.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. It is important to remember the context that this report sits within, a history of financial mismanagement and lack of transparency. This council was subject to an unprecedented 3 Section 24 notices in as many years by an external audit, warning about financial mismanagement, including a finding that council had to try to mask the extent of its problems through the use of reserves. Only 46% of its savings in 2021-22 have been delivered on a recurrent basis, pushing problems into future years. Since 2016, they have failed to deliver nearly 2/3 of the savings programme, a situation which auditors described as an enduring problem. Procurement failings. The council spends around £800 million of its general fund every year on external procured goods and services, and yet consistently and continually fails to get the basics right when it comes to purchasing decisions or contract management. This includes a 25-year Tisley contract, which is left until just days before to renew, or the contracts for home to school transport, which left children at risk due to lack of monitoring. And these are high-profile examples, and only a few, but unfortunately fit part of a consistent pattern. Written questions in January this year showed that out of 266 contracts that expired this financial year, they could only identify 16 that were replaced with a competitive process and 98 that they had no clue about at all. This council is utterly addicted to expensive consultants. The council has spent some £50 million on consultants in the last 3 years, including £17 million in 21-22. And this is just within the SEND service. There's an additional £58 million that was spent between 2 failed offset inspections for little or no improvement, repeated consultants coming in and paid handsomely to find out what the previous consultant had meant to say, which echoed reports that are strikingly similar to some 5 years ago. Lord Mayor, this report is a start, but unfortunately it doesn't go anywhere near far enough to what it needs to do. And the Conservative amendment adds value and actually sheds some real honesty and transparency to a system within this council which holds the council together, but unfortunately is woeful and needs changing. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I call on Councillor Paul Tilsley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was also on the panel that looked at the exciting issue of procurement, probably the most exciting 6 months of my life. I listened very closely to the comments of Councillor Jenkins when he displayed his Pritchardist credentials, and Councillor Morrell making some valuable comments as regard to his local facility, which I accept was a complete and utter cock-up, and that is a technical term as far as procurement is concerned. I think I did take the view that with a vastly reduced workforce, we did need to engage in a different way. And I think that we've probably got the balance just about right. Nothing is perfect. We're on a journey. And if we have to revisit, we have to revisit based upon new evidence. But it is bringing us in line, and Councillor Jenkins mentioned a couple of local authorities. There were others within the Core Cities group that had the same kind of procurement levels that we are asked to agree today. The one thing that I did insist on, because I think that it is very important with the new levels of reporting, is that internal audit do take a far greater interest in procurement issues, and they do snap checks, particularly on local issues, local items that have been purchased. And I well remember that when I was deputy leader and responsible for procurement, I had a very senior officer come to me, and he'd just bought a stick from Dixon's that cost a tenner, I think it was. And he was very proud of this until I pointed out that it was probably going to cost £30 to in the bureaucracy of approving the invoice. And on costs, I think it's important that we recognise that whether it's £10, £100, £1,000, £100,000, or probably £1 million, the costs involved of approving that invoice are going to be virtually the same. The one other issue that I insisted on locally was that we paid far more attention to local procurement, because I think that this is of paramount importance, because using local people, we can encourage local economy and engage with local suppliers. And I know when we had, Albert's not about, he is, when we had Community Chest, we could have made that money go far, far further if we could have spent it locally instead of having gone through the procurement process. So, there are things that we've still got to learn. The one thing that always sticks in my mind is rollover contracts, and unfortunately, we still haven't learnt our lesson. And the home-to-school transport is, unfortunately, a black mark against this council for rollover contracts. It never should happen. It shouldn't happen in the future, and we've got to be on our toes. And I look to Councillor Mosquito and the Chairman of Audit to ensure that it doesn't happen.
Time, please.
Lord Mayor.
I will now call our clerk, Ahmed.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I welcome the report from Councillor Yvonne Mosquito. At the start of the 21-22 municipal year, the Resources Overview and Scrutiny Committee identified several issues with procurement and contract management arrangements. The Task and Finish Group was set up to review and examine the commercial governance process to ensure moving forward it is robust, fit for purpose, is complied with and delivers value for money. Evidence gathering took place from April 2021 to March 2022 and included input from officers who provided clarity on the current rules and legal requirements governing financial procurement and contract matters. In addition, benchmarking data from core cities, other local authorities and West Midlands partners was considered along with information from suppliers. The task group also considered information in relation to the Green Paper on transforming public procurement and planned public sector procurement regulations. The Task and Finish group reported to the Resources Overview Scrutiny Committee on 24th of March 2022 and made 22 recommendations. The full report is included in the papers with this agenda item. I would like to thank the members of the Task and Finish group, Councillor Mohammed Iklak, who was the chair, Councillor Barbara Dring, Councillor Marian Jenkins, Councillor Majid Mahmood and Councillor Paul Tilsley, and the officers who supported the work. The work of the Task and Finish group is an excellent example of how the work of overview and scrutiny adds value to the Council and ensures effective decision-making and good governance. The Resources Overview and Scrutiny Committee will monitor the implementation of the recommendations in our programme this year. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Simon Morell.
Sorry, my light was kept on.
We didn't. Thank you. That's it then. Councillor Ian Ward.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I wanted to speak in this debate because I think we're in danger of running away with ourselves with some of the rhetoric that's being used. First of all, it is not the case that procurement policies and procurement rules are about who runs and who does not run the council. That is a ridiculous level of hyperbole, and that's not what this is about. These matters have been considered by a scrutiny committee through a scrutiny review, and I note that for most of the recommendations that were considered, Councillor Jenkins was the single and only objector. Having said that, I do respect that the views he has put forward in his amendment today are long-held views that he has, and he honestly holds them. I also don't think it's to anyone's credit for Councillor Shipp to be talking about financial mismanagement of Birmingham City Council. He needs to be living in the present. Let me just let him know where we currently are, because we've seen other councils failing due to poor governance and decision-making, weak procurement, low levels of reserves and over-borrowing. Birmingham City Council is in a strong, robust position with strong financial planning processes in place. Reserves are healthy and within recommended limits. Borrowing is not excessive and is reducing, and the Council scores well on the CIPFA Resilience Index indicators, where levels of borrowing and reserves are key, but also taken into account is delivery of savings and a strong budget process. In fact, the Council is a CIPFA 3-star financial management authority, recognising the significant financial management improvements that have been made across the organisation since the Council was awarded 1 star in 2019. And it is our plan by April of next year to achieve a 4-star rating. So let's have the truth rather than hyperbole. Turning to Councillor Jenkins' proposals in his amendments, the first proposal he has is to bring down the delegation from 10 million to 500,000. What that would do, of course, would add a lot of bureaucracy. It would mean that reports, tens of reports, would be coming through Cabinet each and every month. We have a process, a planned procurement activity reports, and reports can be called in if members choose to do so. Lowering the threshold for procurement of consultants. This has been an issue that's been controversial for some time, but the truth is consultancy is monitored, and it is monitored also by the appropriate cabinet member. So if I can take up Councillor Tilsley's offer of revisiting some of these proposals that Councillor Jenkins has been putting forward for many years now. The late approval of contracts, I do agree, is an issue. So I'm willing to have further discussions outside of this meeting on how we might come up with a process to prevent that from happening going forward. Single contract negotiations also have been controversial, rightly so in my opinion. So again, I'm happy to have some further discussions about how we might change arrangements for those going forward. Then we come to exit packages over £100,000. Well, the problem with the amendment that Councillor Jenkins puts in front of us this afternoon is that figure's a little bit of a catch-all if you include pensions. So we'd be going right down the organisation and the grades within the organisation, which I do not think is the right approach. However, I am prepared to have some further discussions about severance packages for J&C officers and whether they should come to council rather than, as they currently do, they are reported to the J&C core panel. And the final issue, that of the register of interests for officers. Well, there seems to be a little bit of confusion here because officers that I've spoken to in legal services do not recognise the wording in Councillor Jenkins' amendment. So we need to get to the bottom of that. And
Thank you, Councillor Ward. You're now out of time.
But I'm afraid Lord Mayor will have to oppose his amendment.
I now call upon Councillor Yvonne Mosquito to reply.
I have been very blessed to have such excellent responses from my colleagues in terms of the responses to Councillor Jenkins's amendment. I was going to respond to the Office of Procurement delegation. I was going to mention PFI, but I think Lisa's contribution was excellent. The leader, obviously, excellent. Everyone has been very good, apart from Councillor Jenkins, who has used as an opportunity to revisit the review. It was a very extensive and detailed review, and I really appreciated his contributions to it. But this was almost like a second bite of the cherry, raising issues that not all of us would probably be able to properly understand. I read this report last night at about 1 o'clock, 65 pages, and I was still slightly confused. So I know that my colleagues, particularly the new members, would not be able to really understand this. But thank you, Councillor Acklat, for your contribution in terms of explaining the whole process. I fully support this report. I would reject the amendments as well. Some of the issues that Councillor Jenkins has raised really has not got anything to do. This is more of a chief executive and the chief monitoring legal officer issue. Who runs the council? I want to say to the new councillors that it's us. It isn't the officers. We have a strategic responsibility. We are not paid to be officers of this council. We are politicians. So, and I just want to say that since taking on the role as Cabinet Member for Finance and Resources, I've been incredibly impressed with the officers moving from a one-star council and we're heading to a 4-star council. That has got to be applauded. There's been excellent fiscal management. So I'm very pleased with what I have been seeing, and I know that we are moving, as I said, in the right direction. We are going to look at, procurement was one of the issues that I thought about and wanted to have more detailed discussions about, but I'm very pleased with all that's happening, Lord Mayor. So can I close, because I'm conscious of time, because I never like to stay too long as well, that we reject the amendment and support the motion I submitted. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
We will now vote on the First Amendment, proposed by Councillor Marion Jenkins and seconded by Councillor Simon Morrell. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That is lost. No? Okay. We will now vote on the motion as amended. Those in favour? What? As amended? No.
It's not amended.
It's not amended. Sorry, my apologies. At the moment, I think I need a gin and tonic. We will now vote on the motion. Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. We will now receive a report of the City Solicitor in relation to the proposed amendments to the Constitution. The time for this item is 20 minutes. Could I ask those of you who want to speak, I think you know this now, please press the button if you want to speak when the red light comes on. I'll call upon the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward, to move the recommendation.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. This report sets out proposed amendments to the Constitution and asks the Council to approve those amendments. The most significant changes within the report relate to the notice requirements for a key decision, including those that are of special urgency and therefore made by the Chief Executive. And these changes that are proposed reflect inquiries that were being made by the Conservative Group, and I do thank the Conservative Group for bringing this issue to the attention of the Council. The main changes can be summarised as in respect of special urgent decisions made by the Chief Executive, that any key decisions which are urgent will be notified to the Chair of the relevant Overview and Scrutiny Committee as soon as possible prior to the decision being made. And once permission for the decision to be taken has been received from the Chair of the relevant ONS Scrutiny Committee, a notice will be provided on CMIS setting out the reasons why giving 28 days notice of the proposed decision was impracticable. The other changes are minor changes. They are a little bit of tidying up on cabinet portfolios, reflecting the changes that were made at the AGM, and similar, some tidying up around job titles for officers. There will be a wider review of the Constitution that is scheduled for the autumn, and so we can expect to see a report being tabled at the full council meeting in November for consideration of those further changes to the Constitution. So, Lord Mayor, I will move the motion in my name under item 10 on today's order paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Thank you. I have one amendment which will be debated with the report. I call upon Councillor John Hunt to move the amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In moving this amendment, we just wanted to try and tidy up and sort out a couple of niggling issues which are continuing. This amendment, for reference, if you haven't studied it, doesn't seek to amend the Constitution now, but asks for these two issues to be taken up in the review that's coming in November. The first issue is the one of question time, which is the length of question time at council meetings. And it's always designated as 70 minutes. It's a long time since we've had the full 70 minutes for question time at council. Today it came in at 54 minutes. Councillor Baz timed it for me as our group secretary. 16 minutes under. Within our group, we had at least two councillors waiting in two sections to ask questions. Councillor Zakir Chowdhury was waiting to ask the leader about the policy, which was a manifesto policy of Labour's about tackling the rear alleyways. He wanted to ask some questions around that and what progress there was on that, but he wasn't able to. His light was flashing when the session was terminated. And our amendment refers to custom and practice. And I think one of the problems is that we have turnover of officers inevitably. And new officers come in and they read the letter of the Constitution, and the custom and practice that has been previously is forgotten. Now, the Constitution as it stands under clause Latin 5v, which is referenced here, does allow the Lord Mayor to move time around, and a little bit of time was moved around today. I think the questions to Cabinet members went from about 20 minutes to 25 minutes. So it does allow the Lord Mayor to move time around, and the underuse of time in the first two sections in question time and public questions and committee chairs could, at every council meeting, be moved forward to the Cabinet member questions and the leaders' questions. And for councillors of all parties, and indeed for Cabinet members, This is important, it's really important, because it's a key time of accountability of the executive, that question time. And every time we come under, and every time a councillor doesn't get to ask a question, we may be missing something significant that a cabinet member or the leader needs to be asked about or challenged on, or even given a chance to amplify, as we saw today, where new councillors cut their teeth asking simple questions, allow cabinet members to talk about a new policy. But it's a really important time for the council when it's on show and when it's under debate. And we have not been using it adequately or properly in recent years because of a misinterpretation of the custom and practice and of the clause V, which makes it optional. I think we could have wording in the Constitution which makes it quite clear that so far as the questions are tabled, that 70 minutes is to be used fully, so that we have that full accountability. The second one that we raise is about how changes to the Constitution are made, and I looked into this, and I think there's a bit of creep going on here. And this issue of cabinet portfolios, which some members will recall, I did raise at the annual meeting because it was an anomaly, and I fully respect the leader's right to amend portfolios, to change the cabinet around, and all that. But we had the anomaly at this year's AGM where we didn't have a constitutional changes brought to it, which we normally do, and those normally tidy that up. And those portfolio descriptions in the Constitution are put in at the AGM, together with relevant changes to scrutiny committees, who are affected if portfolios change. And it needs to be considered what the impact is on scrutiny committees when portfolios change. Now, if you look at the Constitution you have in front of you, it now gives the power to make those changes to the Constitution to the leader. That wasn't there previously. I found a version from 2019. In 2019, that power was actually with the Cabinet. But now, for the first time, the leader has been given a power to make changes to the Constitution around the description of the portfolios. And there's some sense in that. You know, he may want to move, there may be changes in Cabinet members, as we saw. And one Cabinet member, as I think Councillor Thompson did, she moved from one portfolio to another, but she took something of interest to her with her. That's fine and reasonable, and that's a small change that would be reasonable. But we as a council need to know if changes are being made. We need to have some mechanism for triggering debate if there needs to be debate around a change to the Constitution, not just from the leader, I hesitate to say, but from the Cabinet, or the minor changes that the Chief Legal Officer is allowed to make under certain circumstances, mainly reflecting changes in legislation. We need to know, as a council, when those changes happen. We also need to have a mechanism to ensure that they're not controversial. And the obvious mechanism would be to seek all-party agreement behind the scenes if a small modification was going in, to make sure that none of the opposition parties have concerns about the changes that are being made, or which might trigger it coming to council. We've not attempted to set all this out in changes today, as I said, because I think this is something for the legal officer to do as part of a review, and the legal officers know they like to see stuff in black and white. And I think we risk drift if we get retrospective changes, as has happened over the Cabinet portfolios, as opposed to some real consideration as to how changes to the Constitution work in the course of the year. The other one, that if you look at the report that went in, were some changes around planning guidance for members in the Constitution that were put in February. And I don't recall that being triggered in any way. I may be wrong, I might have missed it, but I don't recall having been consulted as Lib Dem group leader about that. I had a look at what the Constitution says about that. It seemed okay, it seemed reasonable, but unless you see the tracking changes, unless you compare one with the other, you can't be sure if something's been taken out or something's been put in. That's the kind of work we need to do as a council. So, procurement, people said, was boring. Constitutional changes are also boring, if you like, but they underpin what we do as a council. A constitution is a key document for any democratic institution, whether it's written or unwritten. It's a key document which sets out how a democratic institution works. And I hope that when we have the review that we can have these two issues looked at and sorted out to the satisfaction of all parties on the council. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I call upon Councillor Roger Harmer to second the amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Question time is very important in providing an opportunity for the opposition and backbenchers of the ruling group to hold the executive to account. Allocating 70 minutes to it 8 times a year is hardly a massive use of time, totalling little more than the equivalent of 1 working day per year. So it seems pretty reasonable to me that we should ensure that it is used as fully as possible. To make this happen, there needs to be clarity that should the time allocated, for example, to public questions or questions to committee chairs not be fully used, as sometimes it isn't, that the unused time can be used for questions to cabinet members or the leader and deputy leader. Personally, I would also like to see cabinet member responses kept to 2 minutes rather than the 3 minutes during question time. From my experience, I'm certain that the extra value of the 3rd minute of answers we listen to is less than we might receive from an extra question highlighting a further topic. And I note that today, with one particular cabinet member not actually getting any questions, every answer was within 2 minutes. But whether or not members agree with that, I certainly think we should agree to get the best value from the time allocated to questions by ensuring unused time is carried forward to the rest of question time. I therefore second the amendment. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
We will now debate the report. And I call on Councillor Robert Alden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And we're certainly on this side, we're very happy to support the Lib Dem amendment that's come before us today. It raises an interesting topic, actually, something that myself and Councillor Moore had been bringing up. And in fairness to Councillor Ward, he did show some latitude at the last CBM, so hopefully there'll be a solution that can be found over the summer about this, around the need to make sure actually question time is fully used and doesn't disappear as it's been talked about and explained. But also actually, certainly we've raised our preference on this side would be where we have extra time in question time that goes unused, that really ought to be rolled in to the leader and deputy leader's questions, because obviously quite rightly the process in the council, the leaders of the opposition groups all get to ask the leader a question. That does eat up a lot of time though, so actually then to make sure that backbenchers also get the opportunity to be able to put questions to the leader, then that would be a sensible solution. And indeed actually Councillor Harmer expanded upon this in his seconding of the report to talk about actually we ought to perhaps look at reducing the answers from the cabinet members down from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. And I think that's very sensible, because actually I think if you did a study of the answers, you would see that those cabinet members who actually answered a question don't need that amount of time. They get it done within 2 minutes. The only ones who use that amount of time are those who perhaps decide to play a little bit of well, I wasn't thinking of filibustering, I was thinking of the Radio 4 show, but where they're perhaps trying to go on without repetition, deviation and hesitation, which we all know that the ward member for Hodge Hill has been very good at doing that over the years. But perhaps that is now the time to therefore use that as a hook to change that as well while these discussions are going. I hope everyone will be able to support these changes, which will hopefully be sensible and allow us to get back to a point of having more members across the chamber being able to ask questions. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Jack Deacon.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm really glad, and apologies if I get the incorrect name, Councillor Hunt raised the point around time allocations. And actually, whilst not to do with question time, at the last full council meeting, Councillor Ward did propose some reapportioning of time because we did use less time in some of our earlier items. And Lord Mayor, I would appreciate if consideration could be taken for future meetings where not just on question time, but on other times where there are where there is a lack of utilisation of full time, that is reapportioned across the agenda. Because I had some comments to do with the procurement motion, the procurement item that I wanted to raise but wasn't able to. And some of them were quite important points, especially around the hypocrisy of the Conservative group when they talk about procurement, because it seems you only get contracts if you're friends with a Conservative Member of Parliament and happen to own a pub, as we learned during COVID. But also the attack on officers in the last item, I didn't really like very much. I think as councillors we should show support for our officers because they do immense work and it is very much appreciated. And the comment on cabinet members' pay, I believe, is inappropriate as well because cabinet members do very good work, and actually we are all councillors here paid by the public purse, but criticising what they receive for the work that they do was his comment, not specifically about the pay rise, was the point. Secondly, when it comes to procurement and also financial management, we've seen over the past few weeks with the mess with the Conservative Party nationally that money is quite appreciated for ministers and secretaries of state who resign and have those 16k and 24k payouts. So I would recommend to the Conservative group that you show some self-reflection when it comes to procurement and financial management, because only the Labour Party at the moment, nationally and locally, is doing very good on the economy and has a plan for the economy going forward.
I call upon the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward, to reply.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, who said constitutional changes were a dry subject. I recall, Lord Mayor, that when we first discussed the agenda for today's council meeting at Council Business Management Committee, we believed there was going to be an excess of time for this meeting. And Councillor Gareth Moore generously recommended that all of the additional time should be allocated to the section for questioning myself and the Deputy Leader. And I think we've seen similar generosity from Councillor Alden today and indeed in Councillor Hunt's amendment. I do actually think that holding the executive to account in this chamber is very, very important. It is part of the democratic process. It's part of the transparency of the council. In the past, I've always been content to leave any amendments to the timing of items to the discretion of the Lord Mayor once the meeting has begun. But I do accept the point that is being made in Councillor Hunt's amendment, and I'm happy to take these matters away and we can have some further discussion. I think, as I've said, holding myself to account as the Leader of the Council is probably particularly important, as Councillor Hunt has repeatedly tried to do over the taking down of the Perry Bar flyover. I was out there, Lord Mayor, on Monday, and it seemed to me to be all working very, very well indeed. But I think we should take it away to Council Business Management Committee. I can see Councillor Hunt shaking his head, still not happy. I think we should take that away and have further discussions at Council Business Management Committee involving the legal officers, as Councillor Hunt indicated. The second proposal within the amendment, I'm not too sure whether there's actually an issue here, but I listened very carefully to the words of Councillor Hunt when he spoke. So again, if there is a genuine issue at stake here, I'm happy to have further discussion at Council Business Management Committee. So on this occasion, the Labour Group will support the Lib Dem amendment. Thank you.
We will now vote on the first amendment proposed by Councillor John Hunt and seconded by Councillor Roger Harmer. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. We will now vote on the motion. Those in favour? As amended. As amended? As amended. Can we do that again, please? Vote on the motion as amended. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. There will now be a break for council members. As mentioned, a finger buffet, accompanied by tea and coffee, will be served in the banqueting suite. I move the council be adjourned until 5 o'clock. Is that seconded? So we're on this one now, aren't we? We will now receive a report of the Interim Head of Scrutiny and Committee Services in relation to the priorities and issues identified for the planned work programme of Overview and Scrutiny committees for the forthcoming year. The time for this item is 30 minutes. Can I ask those of you who want to speak to press your microphone button? I call upon the Chair of the Coordinating Overview and Scrutiny Committee, Councillor Sir Albert Ball, to move the recommendations.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. As is said in the report, in June, all the Overview and Scrutiny Committees met and received a set of data on the Council's corporate plan, the observatory, and all of that was about giving members of each of those ONS committees information as to perhaps what should be the priorities of the Overview and Scrutiny Committees for the year ahead. The work programme that came out of those first meetings was then picked up in the July meetings of the committees, of the ONS committees, and the work plan has been incorporated into this report before Council this afternoon. I won't go into the detail of that, it's in the report, and a number of committee chairs are no doubt going to speak during the course of this debate. What also came out of the July meetings was a set of fuller inquiries. These are the reports, the more in-depth reports, which often come before the Council following the completion of those inquiries. We decided at Coordinating ONS that we would limit those inquiries, at least for the moment, to no more than 4. And I do say in the report that I would report verbally on the outcome of the Coordinating ONS committee meeting on Friday last, which decided on those priorities. However, yesterday afternoon, early afternoon, you all should have received an email which actually did set out what the priorities were. In case you haven't read that email, just let me make you aware that the committees will be following the current programme in this way. There will be an investigation or inquiry into child criminal exploitation, including county lines and knife crime, and that will be carried out by the Education and Children's Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee. There will be an inquiry into the skills agenda, its funding and current and future employment opportunities. That inquiry to be carried out by the Economy and Skills ONS Committee. There will be an inquiry into the health and well-being legacy of the Commonwealth Games, to be carried out by the Commonwealth Games Culture and Physical Activity ONS Committee, but in a joint manner with the Health and Social Care ONS Committee. There will be a Children and Young People's Mental Health Inquiry, to be carried out by the Health and Social Care Overview and Scrutiny, and this will be also a joint inquiry, this time with the Education and Children's Social Care ONS Committee. Now, Lord Mayor, we have limited our inquiries to 4, and there is an amendment before Council this afternoon which deals with this issue. So let me pick up the reason as to why. We have a much reduced scrutiny resource than this Council used to have in times gone by, albeit there's a slight increase in 22-23. In total, Lord Mayor, there are around 6 to 7 full-time equivalents in the Scrutiny Office. A number of those are managers, grades 5, 6 and 7, and it's because of the resource that they have as managers, we are having to limit the inquiries to 4, because they're the ones who will, in effect, be providing that core support to the scrutiny committees to undertake that work that has now been decided on. It may be, Lord Mayor, that a resource becomes available later in the year because the task that we've set ourselves is not taking up the resource currently available to us, in which case we will come back to this issue as to whether or not there should be further inquiries decided by the coordinating ONS committee. But you should appreciate as well that that resource is actually higher than most other councils, a lot higher than most other councils at the present moment in time. That's no reason why we shouldn't be looking for more in the way of resource, but the resource available to overview and scrutiny in this council is a great deal higher than it is in all other councils in the country that we've had a look at. Let me deal with the issue of having only 4 inquiries. If you look at the past 5 years, Lord Mayor, then in fact the average number of inquiries taken through this council was 2.4 a year. We're proposing that we'll take through 4 in this current financial year, 22-23. If you go back to the preceding 5 years, then in fact the number of inquiries was actually 7. So 7 from 2012 through to 2017, an average of 7 a year, an average of 4 a year, 2.4 rather, in the 5 years subsequent. So I think in terms of putting forward 4 inquiries at this stage is very much a reflection of where we've been in the past. In fact, it's more inquiries than was dealt with on an average year over the past 5 years. I'm not saying that we shouldn't be doing more. If there are other topics that need to be investigated in more detail, then that is what we should do. And scrutiny, the Scrutiny Office will be looking at the ways of working of the scrutiny committees to see whether we can work differently and in a way which will better utilise the resource available to us and therefore do a lot more with the resource that we currently have. With that, Lord Mayor, I won't take up any more time, and I will simply move that the full council notes the updates provided by the Scrutiny Business Report. I move.
Is there a seconder?
Councillor Jenkins.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, as I start my 9th year representing citizens of Birmingham, life is a constant learning curve, and no more so as beginning a new chapter as Chair of the Education and Children's Social Care and Overview and Scrutiny Committee. As Scrutiny Chair, I am now also a member of the Coordinating Overview and Scrutiny Committee, ably chaired by Councillor Bohr. The work of the committee is important. It is not only supporting the ONS committees, but also ensures that advice, assistance and oversight is both present and available. Committees are kept on track and focused on ensuring that the work of scrutiny reflects and meets this council's objectives, that it can influence policy development, and as the report says, be a catalyst for change to deliver against the 5 grand challenges that we as a city face. As Councillor Bohr has already covered, each scrutiny held informal meetings in June, with each committee identifying some key areas to be included in their work programmes for the municipal year ahead, as well as identifying issues to consider as part of in-depth inquiries. I'm really pleased that at the coordinating committee meeting last week, and as referred to in this report, it was agreed that my committee will undertake an inquiry into child criminal exploitation and county lines, as well as working jointly with the Health and Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee on an inquiry looking at the mental health of children and young people and the impact of COVID. The aim of my inquiry is to quite simply understand how the Council, Children's Trust, Police, Schools and Violence Reduction Partnership work together to address child criminal exploitation, county lines and the associated behaviours such as knife crime. Lord Mayor, the menace of county lines has been fuelled by the pandemic, with ruthless gangs targeting young, often vulnerable people to carry and sell drugs. Whilst we know that not all vulnerable people are forced into taking part into county lines, there is evidence that gangs often deliberately target care homes, foster care and supported housing, and the involvement of girls and young women is said to be underestimated and growing. The exploitation of children and young people by county lines drug gangs is a significant and increasing concern for a council working hard to identify and protect those at risk of abuse. Evidence also shows a clear connection between exclusion from school and entry into the youth justice system, and we need to understand how the council works with schools to ensure teachers have better information on identifying the warning signs and risk factors for child criminal exploitation, and what we can do to support head teachers and governing bodies to better consider whether a child at risk of exclusion may show risk factors for exploitation. Whilst the opportunity to focus on key issues within the scrutiny framework via the inquiry route is important, the other work undertaken by the committee is also crucial to monitor the implementation of recommendations from previous work, from current work, and help to shape future work. Examples have already been given in the report, such as receiving reports in the autumn on the Everyone's Battle, Everyone's Business Action Plan. There are also key areas of council services that don't fit smoothly into the remit of a specific scrutiny or have a wide crossover, and this is where the coordinating committee can have a real focus on looking at the council's work to support citizens suffering from the cost of living crisis, the growing numbers of children in poverty, and as raised by Councillor Shipp, domestic violence. I second this report, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I have one amendment which will be debated with the report. I call upon Councillor Roger Harmer to move the amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move the amendment in my name and the name of Councillor Paul Tilsley. Lord Mayor, I was initially concerned when, having attended Co-Ord, where we had the discussion about what should be the priorities for scrutiny over the coming year, and agreed, the committee agreed what the four priorities, the four areas for inquiry should be. And when it was made very clear to us that there was not the capacity, as Councillor Bors explained, to do more than 4 inquiries, that constraint of capacity, which I think is very significant for this council, was not covered in the report put to this council. And therefore I am very grateful that Councillor Bors has, in his opening remarks, addressed that issue in some detail. But our contention is that while it is certainly better to do 4 inquiries than 2 or 3, that actually we need to get back to the sort of situation where we were doing roughly 1 per scrutiny committee a year, as Councillor Bors says, was the case before 2015, I believe it was. And the reason for that can be illustrated by that discussion on Friday morning. As a result of the decision, and all the 4 areas that were decided are all very important issues that absolutely merit a scrutiny inquiry. However, as a result of that, housing and neighbourhood scrutiny, which covers huge areas of the council's delivery of key service, including housing management, waste management, doesn't have an inquiry out of those 4 inquiries, despite having requested one, which our committee prioritised the Cleaner Streets agenda, as the report before you highlights. And there were many other topics that Housing and Neighbourhoods covers that arguably certainly need some in-depth work, such as localisation, use of temporary accommodation, and tenant participation. I'm sure other scrutiny committees that won't have an inquiry out of what's been agreed recently will also have very important issues that need looking at. We live in a very changing, challenging world, and scrutiny has a lot to offer under such changing circumstances that we need to get the best value out of. Now, when I raised, and I argued for the Housing and Neighbourhoods preference, as did the chair of our committee, it was pointed out to us that the Cleaner Streets agenda could be looked at despite the lack of an inquiry. For example, as part of the ongoing work that Co-Ord will be doing in terms of customer service, which would pick up points relating to why, for example, reports of litter aren't dealt with promptly always. And secondly, that Housing and Neighbourhoods Committee itself can still discuss issues relating to cleaner streets at its monthly meetings. And obviously, to an extent, that is true, but only, I think, to quite a limited extent. Birmingham's issues with cleaner streets are far from just relating to poor customer service. There are, for example, major problems with advancement from flats above shops that have been well known for years and yet not dealt with. And while it's great to point out issues and potential ideas for improvement in scrutiny meetings, without the considered report of a full inquiry to full council, little seems to change. Time after time, the same points and suggestions, for example, bringing greater local influence about how local street cleansing is delivered. These points are made, and I made the point, I think, in consecutive meetings that were attended by the street cleansing officers, that we have a schedule of street cleansing that assumes no operatives ever go on holiday and none of them are ever sick. And therefore it's undeliverable, and what happens, it seems to us anyway, is that areas that may be perhaps less challenging are chosen to be the ones that get done, and areas with the bigger, more fundamental problems get missed. I don't know whether that's right or not. That's the sort of thing that should be dealt with on a local agenda, on a local basis, with local council, with a more realistic schedule, with influence from local members, and that way we could use the existing resources we have more effectively. And that's the sort of thing I'd like to scrutiny inquiry to get really into the depth of, because the points that, as I say, the points have been made in committee and nothing's changed. We all know that a good quality scrutiny inquiry can bring benefits to our city, way in excess of the costs of producing it. Given that we have the councillors, we have the scrutiny committees, and we have potential slots at full council for more inquiries to report, failing to resource the scrutiny function sufficiently to produce 7 or 8 inquiries over the work programme for a year seems a waste of the infrastructure we already have. Our amendment isn't prescriptive about how this should be done, but it asks the executives to find ways to do this and to fully utilise the capacity of the system. That seems to us to be a reasonable, proportionate proposal. And so I call on the council on a cross-party basis to support this amendment. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I call upon Councillor Paul Tilsley to second the amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Listening to Councillor Sir Albert Bull give his presentation, I was forced to think back to the days of York and John Cade and the resources that we had. Scrutiny is all about holding the executive to account, to explore areas that perhaps cabinet members have been asked about but haven't developed a policy or a process. And Councillor Harmer has enumerated a number of those areas in his presentation this afternoon. As Sir Albert has said, 5 years ago we were getting 7 reports, we're now down to 2.4. And we're losing the ability of scrutiny to challenge cabinet members and the executive. And I think we're losing a great deal. And we only have to see, Lord Mayor, the way that various aspects of the council's business are being hijacked, and I have to say hijacked. And I'll give an example. Question time to cabinet members. And Councillor Mahmood is back in the chamber. And at the last council meeting, he was quite honest with colleagues. He is going to, if he's asked a question, he's going to take 4 minutes to answer. If he's asked a supplementary question, he's going to take another 4 minutes to answer. Now, given that there are only 20 minutes to ask questions of cabinet members, 2 questions to Councillor Mahmood, and you've lost 16 minutes. And he was quite blatant about it. And it is the lack of accountability and challenge that we are losing as a city council. And we've got to get it back. And if it takes more resources... I've got the Pujadis back on site. If it takes more resources to make that happen, we have got to do it. We are responsible to 1.1 million citizens. Our responsibilities have been cut back. When I first joined the council, we had 156 members. That's why we go back and back and back. It was then cut down when we lost the aldermanics to 120. Now we are where we are, and we are losing that challenge and that accountability to all the citizens that we represent. And I think that we've got to do things far, far slicker. And if it means more resources going into scrutiny, the leader of the council, with the best will in the world, we need to make them available, because this city has got an enormous agenda that we need to challenge, not least, and it's been mentioned this afternoon, all those children that go hungry every night because they are living in poverty. And we've got to challenge that and come up with new ideas of helping and supporting them. And we can do it through scrutiny, by being adventurous. I suggested, anybody on universal credit, we ought to give them a slow cooker and give them some recipes, because they can go out and cook a nutritious meal for their families. We need to do things in a different way and challenge the executive and have more accountability.
Thank you, Councillor Tilsey. We will now debate the report, and I call on Councillor Deirdre Alden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Under Labour, Birmingham does not fund scrutiny properly. When scrutiny was set up under Sir Albert Bore and later under the Conservative leadership, the department was a beacon of good practice. It won awards, and other councils came to see us to learn how scrutiny should be done. Each scrutiny committee did several inquiries a year, plus all the other work scrutiny committees do, which, with the health scrutiny which I chaired, sometimes resulted in all-day meetings. Such was the size of our workload. But we did it gladly because we were making a difference. So I was disappointed to see that the 7 scrutiny committees other than COORD, which we have today, will this year only be allowed to carry out 4 inquiries between them. Worse still, those committees are not even allowed to choose what inquiry they do. They simply put forward suggestions, and we, on COORD, decided which 4 should go ahead. When I was a scrutiny chairman, my committee made the decisions about what inquiries we did, and COORD just rubber-stamped them. They didn't tell us what we could and couldn't do, and I would have had something to say if they'd tried. The reason for this reduction in scrutiny's workload, we are told, is a lack of staff in the scrutiny department. That is a policy decision by the executive. Someone will no doubt blame Tory cuts, but cuts to local government expenditure are not new, and the situation here has only become desperate since Councillor Ward took over as leader. The last year we were in office in Birmingham, there were 14 full scrutiny reports. It dropped to an average of 7 under Labour until Ian took over as leader, and in the last few years we've had 2, 3 and now 4. We've gone from 19 full-time equivalent officers working on scrutiny to approximately 7.25 now. That is shameful. Councillor John Cotton gave evidence to a Parliamentary Select Committee report on local government scrutiny. And talking about our reduction in staff, he said, and I quote, "If you value something, you have to invest in it." So here's an idea. Excluding COORD, we have 7 other scrutiny chairs who can only carry out 4 inquiries this year. The scrutiny committees don't match up with the cabinet portfolios anyway, so Birmingham could scrap one committee and share its duties out amongst the others. Everything would still be covered, and if a committee has a big workload, then we can have all-day meetings, as we did before. My idea means there would be one less special responsibility allowance to pay and one less scrutiny committee for the staff to manage, and the savings from that could be used to employ another part-time member of staff. There, I've suggested a way the Council can improve the staffing levels in scrutiny without adding to its overall budget. So I hope the leader, with whom I often used to agree when we served on co-ord together, will look seriously at my idea and start making scrutiny in Birmingham a national leader once again. Or there are other ways they could find the money. For example, today it is one of the hottest days of the year, and there are 3 fans working here, and the heating's on. And the heating was on in the banqueting suite as well. That is a dreadful waste of money. And if you didn't waste money like that, there might be the money to fund more scrutiny officers. And I think we would all agree that would be a more sensible way to use money than heating these buildings on the hottest day of the year. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I now call Councillor Bridget Jones.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to speak from the executive side to welcome this report, because as many of you have highlighted, scrutiny is the essential counterbalance to executive. And you are there to keep us honest, you are there to scrutinise us, you perform an essential function in a democracy. I'm pleased to see it's a comprehensive programme for the year. I think Councillor Jenkins has highlighted some of the very meaty and weighty topics that scrutiny is going to be getting its teeth into. So I look forward to hearing the recommendations that come out of that. As Councillor Cotton said earlier, we would never on the executive side dare to direct scrutiny to do anything, but we do commit to trying to bring you things on, offer you things for your agendas for pre-decision scrutiny wherever relevant or wherever possible. Councillor Bohr, like myself, has been on both sides of the scrutiny table, scrutinising and being scrutinised, and often describes his role as keeping us honest on this side of the table. So please keep that up. As for the Lib Dem suggestion, we are very happy to consider more resource to scrutiny. If that's okay, that's something we will refer back to Councillor Bohr as the chair of co-ord to bring us a proposal on. I'd suggest maybe later in the year, as we have a new team on the officer side and on the scrutiny side as well. So very, very happy to listen to any proposals and to take them into consideration. But just to remember that scrutiny in this city was set up very, very well funded compared to other places. It was indeed, as I think Councillor Alden has highlighted, a beacon of good practice compared to other places. We did then have 12 relentless years of austerity and cuts, and there is no way that that could not have impacted on scrutiny. I'll also remind that it was not in our making to reduce scrutiny a few years ago down to 3 committees. That was independent review that suggested we do so, and the function scaled down to match that. When myself and Ian became leader and deputy leader, when this administration came in, we did reintroduce 8 scrutiny committees and re-expand it back up to its present complement. So it's just a reminder that we are committed to this. We have put money where our mouths are previously. Very happy to listen to scrutiny's recommendations on this going forward and see if there is something we can do. But I look forward to hearing the recommendations that come out of the reviews. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I call upon the chair of the Coordination Overview and Scrutiny Committee, leader of the Council, Councillor Sir Albert Bohr, to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The role of Overview and Scrutiny Committees was very concisely set out in a framework document for ONS in April 2021. And if members haven't read that framework document, then I think that's where you should start in trying to understand the role of a scrutiny committee. It isn't just in respect to inquiries. It's to amplify the public voice and concern. It's to drive improvement through in public services. It's to provide that critical friend role that someone spoke of earlier. And it's to be led by independent-minded people who take the responsibility for their scrutiny role. And when you look at the work programme that is contained in this business report, I think you see quite clearly that the individual ONS committees have taken that remit to heart and have come through with work programmes which are quite extensive, part of which would be, for 4 of those committees, an inquiry into a particular topic. I hope the work that we will do with the Scrutiny Office in looking at how overview and scrutiny operates will lead us to a better way of doing things, will lead us to using the resources we have currently to be able to be therefore channeled in to doing more work and more effective work. And therefore I would hope that later in the year that we might be able to pick up on further inquiries that might be taken forward by individual ONS committees. Lord Mayor, in particular reference to Councillor Harmer, I would like to say that I've already had words with the chair of the Housing and Neighbourhoods ONS committee about that work programme for that committee and suggested a small change to the topic that they might bring forward, work that they could do within the committee work programme itself. And I think, therefore, that is an issue that we may have picked up in response to the fact that the Housing and Neighbourhoods did not get one of the 4 priorities that we're making available on Friday. But that work, which I hope Councillor Idris will be able to follow up on, will give them an input to that topic in a way which I think could be carried out rather differently than was previously envisaged. Lord Mayor, I think I will leave it at that. I think the business report is one of 3 that will be made available during the course of the year. Overview and Scrutiny will report again in December of this year, and then at the end of February in 2023. And this is all about ensuring that Overview and Scrutiny committees are accountable to the full Council. I would hope, therefore, that we are able to bring forward a business report in December and a further one in February of next year, which truly illustrate that the work of Overview and Scrutiny Committee has added value to the other activities of this Council, its committees and its executive. Again, I move the report, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We will now vote on the first amendment proposed by Councillor Roger Harmer and seconded by Councillor Paul Tilsley. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. We will now vote on the motion as amended. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. We will now receive a report of the Council Business Management Committee, Chief Officers and Deputy Chief Officers' appointments, dismissals and service, conditions, Subcommittee, J&C, in relation to the appointment of the Chief Executive. The time for this item is 15 minutes. Are there any matters that members would like to raise on the exempt appendix previously circulated via email that may affect the decision to be made or to ask for clarification on a point of the exempt appendix? The answer to that is no. Oh. Could I ask those of you who want to speak now to push your microphone button once so that you may appear on my screen? I call upon the Leader of the Council. I've got Councillor Robert on there. Okay, right. I call upon the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward to move the recommendations.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I hope this is not going to take up too much of our time. The J&C Appointments Subcommittee met recently to carry out an interview for the role of Chief Executive of Birmingham City Council. I'm pleased to say that the J&C Subcommittee reached a unanimous decision following those interviews. The interview process itself was also supported by key partner stakeholders who we set up a panel, of key partner stakeholders who also then became part of the overall interview process, and their views were fed into the J&C subcommittee so that we could take those partners' considerations into account as well. And as I've already said, I'm delighted that we reached a unanimous decision. So the recommendation that is in front of us this afternoon is that Deborah Cadman be appointed as the Council's Chief Executive and Head of Paid Service on terms and conditions as set out in the attached exempt appendice, with a commencement date for permanent employment to be agreed, and I move that motion.
The recommendation will be seconded from the floor. I call on the seconder to do so.
Lord Mayor, I think our candidate has endured the longest possible job interview over the last year, and delighted we've moved to an appointment. I second the motion.
Okay. We will now debate the report, and I call on Councillor Robert Alden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And it's been no secret over the years, in recent years, that on this side of the chamber we have occasionally raised concerns about ensuring the recruitment process of the city make sure we get the absolutely best people representing the council and therefore working for the citizens of Birmingham here. And this is one reason why it's been so important that Birmingham gets this top appointment so right. As a group, we wanted to make sure that Birmingham had someone who knew the city. And in Deborah, you've got someone who's raised here, who lives here, whose family is local. We wanted someone who had experience of delivering elsewhere in the country. And in Deborah Cadman, we've got a chief executive here in Birmingham who delivered at the West Midlands Command Authority, where captured funding to help deliver the games, delivered at Suffolk, where she was the chief executive, transforming children's services from requires improvement to good. We wanted a chief executive who proved they could do the job. And Councillor Jones touched upon the slightly different way we did it this time, where effectively there's been a 18-month job interview, which has allowed the interim chief executive to prove they're able to deliver for the citizens here in Birmingham. And we've seen that work, whether it be through COVID-19, through the games work, through delivering a good quality set of appointments around the top team as well. And that's something we've also seen over the last few months. We've seen some really good quality people coming in as well to support that top team at the council. We also wanted someone who's proven themselves to be a proud vocal advocate for our city, and I think we can all rest assured that in Deborah Cadman we have someone who has absolutely done that, who's been a vocal opponent of our city and has always been willing to speak up for Birmingham and for Brummies in particular. So I have to say, the other thing that's been particularly impressive on our side of the chamber is there's been a refreshing change in officer-member relations that had for a few years gone backwards but have gone in absolutely the right direction since Deborah came in. So absolutely delighted from our side of the chamber to be supporting the appointment of Deborah Cadman to the city. As I mentioned on Twitter and was retweeted by people from across the chamber, it's absolutely right that we appoint Deborah because she's proven she's going to be able to deliver the change that Birmingham needs for Brummies in the years ahead. And we on this side are very delighted to support the appointment. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I now call Councillor John Hunt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. May I, on behalf of the Liberal Democrat Group, support this appointment. It's been said that the role of Chief Executive of Birmingham City Council is the toughest job in local government. I'm sure that Deborah is well aware of this when she takes it on, and in that sense we welcome her willingness to do it. There are critical tasks that the Chief Executive of the Council has to do to stabilise the Chief Officer team, to ensure that all departments and directorates are performing according to their targets and objectives of delivering basic services. Deborah has been with us for a few months now, and the signs and indicators are in the right direction. There's indicators that things are improving in that respect. And whatever our position or perspective as councillors, we want a city council that delivers good services for residents, and we therefore want and support a chief executive who can help the council to deliver that. And indeed, as has been mentioned, Deborah's knowledge and commitment to this region is a key factor as well. So we support it with optimism, and let's hope we see a council functioning at a very different level to what it has been doing in recent years.
I call upon the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ward, to reply.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. And could I thank both Councillors Alden and Hunt for confirming what I said at the very beginning, that this was a unanimous decision of the J&C subcommittee. I'd also like to take the opportunity to say that I agree with the objectives or the job requirements that were set out by Councillor Alden when he spoke just a few minutes ago. But as everybody in this chamber will know, this has not been a straightforward process in getting the right chief executive for Birmingham City Council. Indeed, I'm often criticised. People add up the number of interims, actings and chief executives, of which there has only been, I think now, 2 with this appointment during the time I've been leader, permanent ones. But nonetheless, there is that criticism. But I would hold to the argument, and I think Councillor Alden was hinting that he agrees with me on this, that it is better to have taken our time to get the right person than to have appointed out of pressure the wrong person. And I think that is precisely where we have now ended up, because on a cross-party basis, really, we have stuck to our guns about wanting to fulfil the job requirements that Councillor Alden set out. None of this has been helped, in my opinion, by, first of all, 10 years of austerity for local government, which has made a job in local government far less attractive for people who work in the public sector. But perhaps more significant than that has been the 25 to 30 years of governments of all descriptions running down local government and not valuing the contribution that local government can make. And that in itself has meant that people are more reluctant to enter into service in local government in paid employment terms. And that's probably done more damage, if I'm honest, than anything else. And it partly explains why we've had so much trouble attracting the right talented person to this role. But I'm pleased that we have now succeeded in that challenge. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
We will now vote on the motion. Those in favour? Any against? No. I think that one is carried. We now move on to agenda item 13, motions for debate from individual members. The time for this item is 90 minutes. Could I ask that when you present the motion that you clearly state that I move the motion as set out in today's papers? I call upon Councillor Liz Clements to move the motion of which she has given notice.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm very proud to rise today to propose this motion in my name in support of Unite's Get Me Home Safely campaign. This motion delivers on a key pledge in our 2022 manifesto, our Labour manifesto, a pledge that we made to ensure that workers on late shifts, especially in Birmingham's nighttime economy and hospitality sectors, can travel home in safety. Our motion underlines this Labour Council's belief that public transport should be run for the benefit of passengers and that women passengers are entitled to feel safe on public transport. Public transport should be a public service. It should be cheap, frequent, reliable and safe for everyone. We need businesses and employers to live up to their responsibilities to staff. We also need public transport which works for us, the passengers. We're calling on employers to accept that they have a duty of care to their staff, which extends beyond the end of working hours to include the journey home when it's at night or during unsocial hours. If there isn't public transport available, then the employer's responsibility should extend to covering taxi fares and or providing dedicated transport for staff. We're calling on both the Mayor of the West Midlands and the Conservative government to back this reasonable request to protect the safety of women workers. And I should just say that I am very aware that, that these responsibilities should also apply to us, the council, as an employer, that we need to ensure that anyone who's working for the council and being required to work on social hours, we have a responsibility to ensure that they get home safely. This morning, I've circulated to all members of the council the Unite campaign video for this Get Me Home Safely campaign. It follows a woman's journey on leaving her work in a bar late at night. There's no bus, she doesn't have money for a taxi, she ends up walking home alone. If you haven't already, I urge you all to look at it. The route through poorly lit underpasses would be very familiar to women who walk around Birmingham. When I watched it, I certainly recognised my own experiences and the fear that I often feel as a lone woman. But the video isn't all gloom and doom. It also proposes the solution, with a second scenario in which the woman travels home safely in a taxi paid for on account by her employer. That's what we mean by duty of care. Unite have also collected testimony from hospitality workers, and these testimonies starkly illustrate the risks that women are exposed to if there's no safe transport home from work. A woman called Carrie tells us, "Last year, I was assaulted after my employer refused to provide me with a taxi after transport times. This happens all too often to workers." So whether we take late night transport, public transport, pay for our own taxi fares even though we can ill afford them, or simply risk walking alone through deserted streets and scary underpasses, women trying to get home regularly contend with male violence. The statistics we've quoted in our motion show how unsafe women feel in buses, taxis, or while walking on the street, and they're taken from the Police and Crime Commissioner's Women's Safety Survey, commissioned by our own Councillor Nikki Brennan in her role as West Midlands Victims Commissioner. I think we should all be shocked by these statistics, but also by the fact that so few women go on and other victims go on to report sexual harassment. So we read that 67% of respondents have felt unsafe on a bus, 43% had felt unsafe in a taxi, and 80% of respondents had expressed feeling unsafe following incidents such as catcalling, wolf whistling, upskirting, or other inappropriate behaviour. 93% did not report this to the police. I've just said we should be shocked, but when I reflect on my own experience, I'm not surprised. And I think as women, we simply become accustomed or inured to the harassment, aggression, and violence that we encounter in public transport. As women, we shouldn't be fearful moving around our city. We need action from government on enforcement. We need the laws against sexual harassment and assault on public transport to be enforced. In Unite's campaign video, as I've said, the woman bar worker gets home safely when her employer covers her taxi fares. The taxi trade has a big role to play in late night transport, and it's important that we have stringent safety standards in taxis as well. We know that the taxi trade, both Hackney carriages and private hire, have had a tough time during COVID. We need to support both those trades, but we also need to have high expectations of them in terms of their standards for protecting women's safety and training drivers. So I think that's an issue that, that the licensing committee is already taking up. I'm also pleased to say that there is work ongoing to review the statement of licensing policy to introduce a social responsibility clause for late licence holders, covering their responsibility for transport home for their staff. So I've talked about taxis, but really in my concluding comments, I want to talk about public transport. Taxis, can never be the complete answer. We urgently need better, cheaper, and more frequent public transport. We need more buses and trains, and they need to run later and be adequately staffed with well-trained staff who understand the risks which lone women travellers face. Buses in Birmingham are our mass transit system. They're a lifeline for the many households in our city without access to a car, and they should operate as a public service rather than as a privatised, profit-making business. So as a Labour group, we firmly believe that bus franchising and in the longer term, perhaps municipal ownership of public transport is the way forward. Franchising would give us the powers to specify routes, including their frequency, and would allow us to set more stringent passenger standards. I acknowledge that in Birmingham we have well-developed partnership working arrangements with our bus operators, but we need to go further. And I don't think our current model of privatised, deregulated bus services is working for us as passengers. I'm very much looking to Andy Street to become a convert to franchising, perhaps following on the example of Andy Burnham in Greater Manchester. We need to see a continuation of the bus recovery grant, because otherwise we're going to see a severe reduction and cuts to the number of bus services in our city, not the more frequent public transport running late in the evening that we all want to see. So I urge all colleagues in the chamber to support this motion, wholeheartedly back Unite's Get Me Home Safely campaign, and get behind all of us in campaigning for better, cheaper, later running public transport. This will keep late night workers, especially women, and ultimately all passengers safe. Lord Mayor, I'm proud to move the motion in my name today.
Thank you. I call upon Councillor Jane Francis to second. I call upon Councillor Jane Francis to second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As Cabinet Member for Digital Culture, Heritage and Tourism, I know just how important our nighttime economy is to Birmingham. And certainly as a non-driver and almost a daily user of public transport, I know how scary it can be getting from A to B on public transport. So we are fast becoming a 24-hour city with late night spots open across Birmingham, but not just in the city centre. So whether it's in restaurants open until late in the early hours in the Baltic Triangle, pubs and bars open across Moseley and in our suburbs, or indeed sporting events running into the evening at the Alexander Stadium, our city is open for business late into the night, and we absolutely welcome that. It's so important that our city works well for people, for the nighttime economy, not just for customers, but workers whose shifts often do not finish until everyone else has gone home, leaving them with commutes at unsociable hours. Unite the Union's Get Me Home Safely campaign is a timely and important campaign, a campaign which acknowledges that employers should take reasonable steps to get their employees home safely at night. Sadly, women face the threat of inappropriate behaviour, harassment and sexual assault, and figures from the West Midlands show that 67% of women who responded to the Police and Crime Commissioner's survey said that they felt unsafe on a bus. So I was very pleased that Birmingham Labour's manifesto at the recent elections included pledges to review our highways environment to make improvements to make women and girls feel safe in our city. I'm really proud of the work that Birmingham City Council is doing with the Police and Crime Commissioner on the Everywhere Should Feel Safe campaign. So this motion commits us to lobbying for improvements to late night and off-peak transport provision and for greater safety on public transport. Taken together, these measures would help people to get safely around our city, even late at night. This would not just help workers, but also people wanting to enjoy our late night economy without having to drive. Further, this would help boost the local economies in our local centres, making them better connected and helping businesses like pubs and restaurants to thrive. I know, absolutely know, that Birmingham can be one of the great tourist destinations in the UK. But in order to achieve this, we must make sure that, as in cities like London, people can travel around safely, quickly and importantly affordably around our city, even late at night. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I fully support this motion.
I have 3 amendments which will be debated with the motion. I call upon Councillor Shipp to move the first amendment.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. We welcome the motion put forward by the Labour Group, which highlights a serious issue, especially affecting nighttime workers, especially women, worried about their safety, travelling to and from work at night. This includes residents in the city feeling unsafe on public transport and on their way back, being subject to inappropriate behaviour, harassment through sexual harassment, all the way through to inappropriate behaviour and sexual harassment, with the vast majority not reporting these instances to police. Councillor Francis and Clements have also circulated a YouTube link powerfully illustrating what action is needed and how all parties need to come together to play their part in ensuring particularly late-night shift workers can get home safely. As Labour colleagues would know, the motion specifically states that their motion originates from a Unite the Union pro forma and a Unite campaign. And I'm sure that members will have declared any interests if they are a member. Perhaps checks can be made after I resume my seat, Lord Mayor, as to whether this has been done as per their obligation. It is also frustrating how they have to a degree sanitised the wording of their own Unite template to the one that is being proposed today. The nighttime economy staff provide invaluable service and offering to guests and contribution to the economy. And long after guests have returned home, it is oftentimes they who have a few hours of work left to do. Before I got elected Lord Mayor, I ran a chain of takeaways, finishing work at midnight, and my staff would often be the last to go home. Unfortunately, I'm aware of many friends and family members in my industry being mugged on their way home, or family members even attacked. We were all taught how to check if we're being followed home and to ensure the safety of our own staff. On one occasion, I even ended up walking home right past my house into a public place because I was being followed. Our amendment, as they always do, seeks to add and support, making clear that we all have a part to play in tackling this issue. If you put the union's original wording side by side with the Labour Group's motion, it is notable how some sections that push for Council's role in tackling this issue have been removed. For example, sections that start with the words "this Council will use its powers to" and the calls on Council to use its powers have unfortunately been deleted. It is concerning that this administration has chosen to ignore their role in favour of focusing only on what others should be doing when we should all be playing our part. Our amendment reinstates many of these, which are sensible proposals, mandating and urging the Council themselves to also take action. The Labour motion also declares that they are, quote, calling on the West Midlands Mayor to use his political platforms to achieve this, when, actually, the West Midlands Metro Mayor, Andy Street, has done a considerable amount already. Actions which run to some 2 pages in our amendment, from making 13 recommendations to the Department for Education and Department for Trade and Transport, the Safer Travel Transport Partnership, trauma training, education officers, focus group with charities, and the West Midlands Mayor has already supported the campaign and written to government jointly with the leader of the council. It is clear that he has already been using his office when perhaps the Labour motion is trying to suggest that he hasn't. We then go further. Many residents, for example, are frustrated by fixed penalty notices when they overstay parking, but perhaps even more frustrated when they don't see where their fines are going. Our amendment looks to ring-fence some of these funds towards projects, to add extra funds to improve transport safety. I'm sure colleagues will agree this is a very worthwhile consideration. We reinstate the suggestions to get licensing involved for calling a review to licensing conditions, not just travel home for a night and shift workers, but also how to tackle spiking, which is an associated danger, and encourage establishments to properly train their own staff and security to identify incidents. I'm again sure that colleagues will agree that this is another important addition and enhancement to the original motion. We look to make representations to bring forward national minimum standards for taxi and private hire operators, and proposals to establish nighttime security in local centres, and how to establish a specific task and finish group to establish what we as council can do, what else we can do to play our part, and what resources and levers do we have at our disposal to improve public safety. Again, I'm sure colleagues will agree this is an important addition. Lord Mayor, I hope that colleagues will unite behind not some of the original wording in their Unite suggested motion, but also wording in ours, and our constructive additions and enhancements, acknowledging the positive actions by some who have already done some work to advance this issue. Finally, Lord Mayor, we do support and advance the amendments from the Lib Dems and the Green Party, and I look forward to the Labour Group also supporting these amendments together so we can come forward to look at pushing this forward. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
I call Councillor Gareth Moore to second the amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I second the amendment that's been set out on my name. And likewise, I welcome that this motion has been brought forward. It's an incredibly important issue, and it's only right that everyone has the opportunity to get home safe after work. After all, in the modern society that we now live in, it is not 9 to 5. There is a lot of night work that takes place. Hospitality has been talked about quite a lot, but we also must remember health and social care also plays a crucial role in providing valuable services overnight. And it's only right that we support these workers to keep both the economy going, but also the valuable services that they provide. And it's particularly harrowing looking at the Labour motion, the statistics that have been put forward about the amount of women who feel unsafe. And it's quite right that we need to act. Now, our amendment highlights some of the important work that the West Midlands Mayor Andy Street has already done. It sets out his recommendations that he's already made to the DFT, which is already been touched upon, but it also sets out that his wider work that he's done on raising this, because we will fully must agree that it's crucial that public transport is made safer in Birmingham, particularly for women. But there's one glaring omission I find within the Labour motion today, because it's not just those workers who need to get home safe as well, particularly in terms of hospitality, but it's all those who take part in the nighttime economy as well. It's important that we get them home, because at the end of the day, they are an important part of the economy. They create the jobs that these people have in the first place. Now, I'll admit myself, I do go out on the nighttime economy. I'm quite fortunate that my autopilot has always managed to get me home. The details sometimes are a bit vague, I will admit, but I'm lucky in that sense because not everyone does get home safely from a night out, and it's important that we clamp down on antisocial behaviour, criminality, but also one of the key things that does really affect women, spiking, And I'm surprised that the Labour motion didn't actually try and include that in that, and that's why our amendment today touches on this really, really important issue. Because there is a role for the council to address this. It's something that affects the nighttime economy. There are some businesses which are really, really good at being proactive about putting not only taking measures to try and stop it from happening in the first place, but having support mechanisms in place to assist those women who do sadly fall foul of spiking, which after all is a terrible crime. And I do think one of the things our amendment puts forward is we should use our statement of licensing policy to force through those businesses which, or those in the nighttime economy, which are not upping their game, and share the best practice that exists to ensure that we raise the standards of the nighttime economy to help make sure that everyone feels safe, especially women who, as I've touched on, are quite prone to falling foul of this horrendous crime, and more work needs to be done to protect the public from it. Now, I do hope that the Labour will support our amendment today, along with the Lib Dem and Green amendments as well, because this is a really important issue. But there is a sense of irony, Lord Mayor, within this, because obviously they touch upon about how public transport is so unsafe for women, and I don't necessarily disagree with that. I can imagine that in a lot of times public transport can feel very unsafe. But yet the Cabinet member at various points today has made it quite clear that more people need to use public transport. So for some reason seems to be suggesting that more people should be using something that they feel is incredibly unsafe. And it's important, particularly, it's touched on, if women feel unsafe using buses, then more buses is not necessarily the answer to that problem. And we need to tackle down making buses safe in the first place, not just simply putting more on. Whilst I do support that. But again, I think this reflects, sadly, that the Cabinet member and the anti-car cabal that exists within the Labour group don't recognise that there is a place for the car still in terms of getting people home safely, and we shouldn't constantly keep introducing measures that makes it more difficult for them to get home safely afterwards, because the car is a viable option to achieve that. Public transport has a role, but the car does as well, particularly given the trade union paymasters who pay the members opposite with their donations. It's also been putting forward rail strikes. So we have a situation, Lord Mayor, where they're calling for more people to use public transport, yet their trade union paymasters are denying them that very public transport they're telling them to use. So I do hope, Lord Mayor, that the Labour Party will support our amendments today and recognise that there is a place for the car and tackle the heinous crime that is spiking. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I now call upon Councillor Izzy Knowles to move the second amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. When Sir Robert Peel created the British Police, he famously used the phrase, "The police are the public and the public are the police." By that, he meant the key to preventing crime is earning public support. Every community member must share the responsibility of preventing crime as if they were all volunteer members of the force. And they will only accept this responsibility if the community supports and trusts the police. The goal is preventing crime, not catching criminals. If the police stop crime before it happens, we don't have to punish citizens or suppress their rights. An effective police department doesn't have high arrest stats, its community has low crime rates. I've experienced in the past my share of inappropriate and unwarranted sexual harassment. Like the victims recently surveyed in the Police and Crime Commissioner's survey, I also didn't report it. And the reason I never reported it was because I was embarrassed, or I didn't feel I would be taken seriously, or anything would change. Later in life, I felt less embarrassed and certainly more experienced to directly challenge such behaviour. But not everybody has the benefit of 30 years policing experience or the confidence to say something to an offender in a public space, especially at night or when there are few people about. In my policing career, I learned that what reassures the public more than anything else is visibility of officers on the ground, and knowing that when they report incidents, they will be listened to, taken seriously, and their report will be investigated thoroughly. The fear of crime is much greater than the risk of crime itself. Knowing the police are nearby, that they will attend if you need them, and they have your back, goes a huge way to reducing that fear. By encouraging more people to use public transport and to go out at night, does reduce the opportunities for criminals. As a neighbourhood sergeant, my team and I use public transport regularly to get about. We also completed operations with a safer travel team based on feedback from the local community. Police officers could travel free using their warrant card when off duty, on the understanding the drivers would call on them to step in if they witnessed a crime or antisocial behaviour. However, recently in peak times, which tend to be late nights and weekends, 999 calls don't necessarily guarantee an attendance of an officer. It can now take up to 90 minutes to report an incident via 101, and calls to live chat are frequently terminated before getting through to an operator. This does nothing to prevent crime, or fear of crime, or deter offenders, or to encourage people to report those incidents and it's no wonder that, that the low incident reporting is so low. The Lib Dem group welcomed the Labour motion for a safe, reliable and accessible public transport system for everyone, where women and girls could travel without fear of harassment. Our motion seeks to include the role the police have in ensuring this safety and to recognise and build on the good work that is already being done by the Safer Travel team. Thank you.
I call Councillor Colin Green to second the second amendment.
I'm pleased to see that this motion has come before Council today, because it's shameful that in our society this sort of behaviour has become so normalised, more than 90% of people who experience it don't bother to report it. To the extent that, so it says that 90% of the people who experience this abuse think nothing will happen. This motion seeks to address that. Lord Mayor, I'm pleased to second the amendment to the motion. The role of the Police and Crime Commissioner is to be the voice of the people and to hold the police to account. They are responsible for the totality of policing. A quote from the Police and Crime Commissioner website. It's right then that this council calls on the PCC to introduce more police patrols on the public transport network to tackle the problem of sexual harassment on public transport at night. As Councillor Knowles has said, the highest aim of the policing is not to catch those who commit crime, but it's to stop crime from being committed. The presence of police on public transport at night will help to do this. The motion calls for fares to be reduced on night buses. This will attract more people onto buses, and of course there's safety in numbers. The more people there are to witness something, the less likely is a crime is to happen. And the presence of police on public transport will help this also. I'm sure everyone here present today would like to see the safe use of public transport at night. So I hope that we will all support the aims of this motion by supporting our changements in this amendment. I second this amendment, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I call Councillor Julian Pritchard to move the third amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I rise to propose the amendment in my name and in the name of Councillor Grant. I want to start by saying that we fully support the aims of the Labour motion. And it's, goes without saying that everyone should be able to not only work safely, but be able to get home from work safely. No one should feel scared going to or from work. No one should feel unsafe trying to get to or from work. And employers have a responsibility to help their workforce get home. As someone who's done several roles in my history of working unsociable hours, I know something about this, both of an employer actually doing the right thing and some thought being given to safety on public transport. When I worked, my first job, my graduate job after university was working in a pub in town. And that pub, if you finished your shift at 12:30, if you did the close shift, then they paid for your taxi home. It meant we didn't have to worry about getting home because we were generally finishing after the last buses, and so that was a genuine concern. And we weren't earning much. It was kind of minimum wage, so having to pay for a taxi was going to take a good first hour or hour and a bit of your shift out of your pay packet. So actually having it paid for you so you could get home safely was really important. And it shows it can be done. This pub wasn't part of a big chain. It wasn't a big kind of multinational or anything like that, but it still managed to provide that transport home for its employees to make sure that they got home safely. When I worked as a transport information surveyor for Centro, what is now Transport for West Midlands, I got a free travel pass to be able to help me get around to far-flung locations around the transport network. And when it was too late to get home by public transport, again, my employer paid for taxi home. And later on, when I worked for Transport for West Midlands as a bus station supervisor, that provided a kind of staffed presence to help with passenger safety at bus stations. And this, unfortunately, this role was only between 7 and 7, so it was only daytimes, and it was also unfortunately for Birmingham, only something that really existed in the Black Country or in Coventry. But it made the point that if you care about passenger safety and care about people getting home safely, then you need to provide things like that to make sure that our public transport network is safe and secure and supervised and staffed. So taking some of that experience from kind of jobs I've done, we've kind of looked to put an amendment which strengthens and hopefully adds to the Labour one. And if you look at, as has been mentioned already by Conservative colleagues, if you look at the Get Home Safely campaign, it asks the council to actually include criteria about paying for transport home in the licensing policy for late night shift employees. So we've just said on our amendment, let's just investigate that. We're not saying definitely do it. Obviously, it needs to be looked into properly. We recognise it's a complicated area, but let's just at least look into it. So we've kind of put that in there to kind of say, let's look in that. And if Cabinet member is saying that that's already been looked into, then great. Then this kind of confirms that. I think it's really important that the council plays its part in making sure its workforce can get home safely. So again, kind of writing that in, that the council will assess its own employment practices against the needs of this campaign and needs of employees to get home safely, to make sure it plays its part in doing this. And I think it could be really helpful for passenger safety to have, make sure that our bus interchanges are staffed, particularly in Birmingham, where they're not a nice kind of central bus station, it's a lot of bus stops. So the main interchanges should maybe look at having those staffed, and lobby the West Midlands Mayor to look into that. Again, investigate it to see if we could bring something like that in to improve passenger safety at those major bus interchanges. So hopefully we can, council members will be able to support our amendment. We do need to do all we can and leave no stone unturned to make sure late shift workers are kept safe. Need to make sure that the council is playing its part to do this and to look at all the options available. No one should be scared or unsafe going to work, and hopefully council will be able to support our amendment, which again, as I said, strengthens this Labour motion, which we fully support. And thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Rob Grant to second the third amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to second the amendment Councillor Pritchard has proposed, and I welcome the motion put forward by Councillors Clements and Francis. As a bus user, I've witnessed first-hand inappropriate behaviour, intimidation and harassment towards women, especially at night, and other intimidating behaviour towards disabled users as well. I personally have been threatened when challenging this behaviour, and myself have felt unsafe and have experienced having to miss buses to avoid being at risk. We can't rely on members of the public putting themselves forward and putting themselves at risk while sticking up for others that are being threatened or harassed. Our amendment refers to what other councils have done. The more that can be done to learn from other councils and how they've approached this issue, the better. This will inform proposals on how to implement them. The Unite Get Me Home Safely campaign provides useful guidance on how we can help out-of-hours and shift workers get home safely. Our amendment adds more impetus to investigate these further with a view of assessing how BCC, in conjunction with the West Midlands Mayor and Transport for West Midlands, can implement effective measures. Increased frequency of buses after hours will reduce the waiting and standing time at bus stops and therefore reduce the possibility of anyone being victim to the behaviours mentioned. I second this amendment. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
We will now move on to the debate, and I call Councillor Robert Alden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And first of all, congratulations to all the maiden speeches we've heard during that item. Some really powerful contributions there. Certainly on this side of the chamber, and we've heard everyone say it as well in fairness, we very much welcome this motion being brought today. It's a really important safety concern, something members on our side have raised before in this chamber. Councillor Clements touched on in her proposing the absolute need for action, very eloquently setting out the survey responses that have been formed part of Labour's motion. Councillor Francis obviously touched upon the need for more nighttime public transport, amongst other things. When you look at the Green Amendment, and particularly what Councillor Pritchard mentioned, I think this point around actually trying to have nighttime supervisors out there as well is actually something really good that should be picked up and looked at, and I'm sure that's something, if the Mayor's watching this debate now, he might be watching other things, he'll be looking to pick up as well. But it is important to remember it's not just about what we ask other people to do, it's also about what we can do as a council and what we can do as individuals as well, actually. And Councillor Yip highlighted about the fact that we all have a role to play in this. And indeed, it reminds me of when I was younger, before I had children and therefore could actually go out, I used to go out and enjoy myself in the evening, and when walking home, I was always told when I was at school that you should always cross to the other side of the road. If there's a woman walking alone, then you should walk on the other side of the road so that they don't feel threatened. And that was something I always did. And actually, that's a really small thing that everyone in this chamber can do. And it's everything we can teach our children to do. Because actually, we all have responsibility, all of us who have children or have relatives, is to make sure that they are all brought up in a way that actually means long-term, this behaviour doesn't exist anymore. So it isn't a policing issue, it's also an education issue. Councillor Lipp also highlighted about the bits of the template motion that had been removed and our amendment. And actually, when you look at all of the amendments today, they really are a complementary set of amendments to Labour's motions. And they look to bring back into the debate about actually what we can do ourselves as well. And of course, our amendment also picks up on actually what the Mayor has done. So Labour's motion said we should, as a council, be lobbying the Mayor to do something. Actually, the Mayor already is doing something. Our amendment picks this up. So, for instance, 2 national leads on the violence against women and girls strategy are officers at WMCA. So actually, they've already put forward 13 recommendations that Andy is lobbying the government on. As a council, we should be backing that work rather than writing him, asking him to lobby the government, because he already is. We will make much more progress if we back that lobbying that's happening instead of asking him to do what he's already doing. We also pick up then in our amendment about the work that's being done by Travel West Midlands, Safer Travel Partnership, about the trauma training, about safer education officers, the education programme that's been happening. And because I've mentioned Travel West Midlands, there would be remiss of me if I didn't mention that I'm, of course, council-appointed person on Transport for West Midlands. And I would, of course, encourage all the Unite members in the room to also make sure everyone knows about that as well, just to make sure we all declare ourselves and keep ourselves on the right side of the line. And Andy, of course, has also kept bus fares low, and that's something that's picked up in our amendment as well. Councillor Moore talked about the need for us also to be supporting, as well as the nighttime workers, the people who use the nighttime economy, and that's absolutely right as well, because it is all part of the same ecosystem. I used to work in hospitality as a councillor. If you didn't have the people coming into the business, then actually you didn't have a job, because your job is based upon people using those hospitality industries. So it's not just about workers getting home safe, it's about everyone in that ecosystem being able to be safe. And there are things the council can do, which I hope they really will look at. Councillor Knowles also quite rightly picked up a point about needing to speak out about instances, and it's something Councillor Green touched on as well. And they need to actually speak out so that we use our voice we have as elected politicians to make sure that we are pushing the change that we want to see here in the city. As I say, Lord Mayor, these are complementary amendments to Labour's motion, that if we take them as a whole, can actually send a really united message. This council does not accept violence against women and girls. This council is sending a message about what action can be taken locally, regionally and nationally. And together we should vote to that to deliver that change. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Mary Locke.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I stand to speak in favour of Labour's motion today, which supports the timely campaign by Unite the Union around the safety of workers late at night. Quite rightly, much of today's debate will be around the safety of hospitality workers making their way home from late night shifts. However, Lord Mayor, there are many other workers who come home late at night. Among them are NHS and social care staff, many of whom rely on public transport to get to and from work and work extremely long hours. As a former health worker, I know that myself. Over the past 2 years, there have been These are the people who have kept our healthcare service going during its toughest days, who have put their lives at risk to care for our loved ones and who work around the clock. Around the clock. During the worst of the pandemic, the government stepped up and made public transport free for healthcare workers, and credit to them for that. However, this has long since been stopped. The government's plan to cut the bus recovery grants will put off-peak unprofitable services at risk. These are the sorts of routes that healthcare workers rely on to get to and from work, especially at unsociable hours. If we are serious about creating a society where people can get anywhere on public transport, then the government must step up and give local authorities the power to improve off-peak services. Even amidst a cost of living crisis with rising fuel prices, many healthcare workers have no choice but to drive to work, eating into their income and sadly contributing to air pollution. Lord Mayor, I back this motion and I hope that we can build a future where workers can get home safely, quickly and cheaply, even late at night. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I call Councillor John Hunt. Councillor John Hunt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll try not to detain the chambers. I'm sure there's many people wanting to speak. In a second, I just want to talk about the politics around this. But first of all, to say that going back to the day when I was lead member for buses on the former Transport Authority, this was absolutely a priority, safety on public transport. Not just the individual experiences of what happens to people, but public transport does not work unless passengers feel safe. And they have to be made to feel safe and to be safe. What we achieved, I can't say a huge amount, getting the See Something, Say Something campaign visible out there, decent-sized phone numbers on the buses that people could actually see. And I very much welcome having Councillor Knowles on our team and her insights as to how the police could be more effective in what they do in relation to public transport, which brings me to the politics of it, because clearly the Chamber is united in wanting to see something done, yet we have the general drift that when Labour puts something up, all the responsibilities put back onto the government, particularly I noticed to enforce the issue, and in resources as well. Do we have a functioning government? Can we even try? And on the other hand, the Conservatives obviously want to defend the actions of the combined authority and the Mayor, and when doing so, they tell us some interesting things about what is happening and what is being done, and in their amendment there's a lot of interesting stuff. But I have a problem because the amendment and the main motion don't quite reconcile, and in particular the Conservative amendment effectively removes support for the Unite campaign. I'm no great fan of Unite, but it's a trade union which represents many people, and it particularly represents workers on an issue like this, and I think giving them that support on an issue like this is quite important. Secondly, there's a little argument about resources. Conservative amendment says it's enough, the Labour motion says it's not enough. And looking at the numbers, I tend to agree with Labour that £5 million nationally is not enough for something like this. I just know what it needs to make this work. Sometimes in these issues where Chamber really does agree about the basics, that something needs to be done, we find a way around it. It could be difficult this afternoon, but if the proposers of the motion, proposers of that amendment can find a way to reconcile themselves, we could achieve some kind of consensus in the Chamber, and I think that would be wonderful. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I'll now call Councillor Nicky Brennan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to support the Labour motion, and I'm very pleased that it's had an emphasis on the safety of women and girls in our city. And it is a shame and an absolute tragedy that so many women feel that they're not able or do not want to report issues and crimes that happen to them. And that is because it is so normalised in society. And women see that behaviour as normal. They feel that it's part of being a woman and part of their lives, and it shouldn't be. Women and girls deserve to live safely, free from abuse in all parts of their life, and on transport and public spaces should be no different. My first experience of harassment was when I was 11 years old, and I was walking home from school with my friend. I was in year 6, so I was wearing my school uniform, and I was walking through a park on the way home to my friends. This is when a man exposed himself to us and was shouting and catcalling us. Just to emphasise, I was 11 years old at the time, and as a 32-year-old woman, I still avoid that park. I could give endless examples in my life of when I have suffered misogyny, hate crime, catcalling and sexual harassment, and I'm sure most, if not all, women in this chamber could do the same. But it was particularly bad when I worked in hospitality in a pub. The comments and incidents when I was working behind that bar just seemed to become part of my job. But being attacked by a man whilst travelling home from work one night made me feel so much shame and disgust in myself that I blamed myself for what had happened, as did others. And I thought about giving up my job. But as a single mum, this wasn't an option. My employer at the time did not feel that they had a duty of care at all. I now realise how wrong I was to blame myself. It is so normalised to blame women for being victims, and the responsibility wrongly gets put onto women for what happens. What was she wearing? Why was she out late? Why was she drunk? Women should be allowed to wear what they want without being harassed. Women should be allowed to walk home at night without being harassed. Women should be able to have a drink and sit in bars without being harassed. And let me be clear, managing the behaviour of women will not prevent male violence. The responsibility needs to be put on those that perpetrate these crimes. And to agree with Councillor Alden, we do all have a responsibility to play in this, not just employers. And I know that sometimes there is pushback and we hear the phrase, not all men. But I would like to say to that, no, we know that all men aren't perpetrators of abuse, and we know that not all men are misogynistic, but not all men are calling out their friends' actions, not all men are correcting their friends' language, and not all men are using their voices effectively. I don't think that we can underestimate the importance of men having conversations about violence against women and girls. So I'm going to challenge every man in this room to become an upstander to women's safety and not a bystander to intimidation and abuse. And I just want to pay tribute to former Councillor John O'Shea, who was the best upstander I have met, especially in my life, and I am pleased to see men speaking on this motion today. Women often are told to downplay things that make them feel uncomfortable. We are told not to make a fuss, to be quiet and let things go, but this needs to end. I encourage every woman to be loud and to speak out about their experiences, to report incidents that have happened to them, and to remind themselves that you are not making a fuss. Sexual harassment is not okay, it is not normal, and it should not be tolerated. Our city, our public spaces and transport should be a safe place for women in our city. So that's why today I...
Thank you, Councillor. You're out of time. I call Councillor John Cotton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to warmly welcome and support the motion that my colleagues, Councillor Clements and Francis, have put before us today. Birmingham is, as has been said already, a 24-hour city. It's one of the things that makes this place such a vibrant and exciting place to be. As the hundreds of thousands of visitors who will be coming to Birmingham over the next few weeks to see the games, and the millions who will doubtless follow them afterwards, be inspired to come here after they've seen those games, will also discover. But because that 24-hour city is only possible because of the dedication and effort of those who keep our nighttime economy going, the people who are working in hospitality and retail, who've already endured so much as a result of the pandemic, the lockdowns and their aftermath, and what that's done for business, and the people who keep other businesses going and services going 24/7 in our city too, from the care services through to cleaning services. They're all essential to Birmingham, and yet they often get the rawest deal. From job insecurity, to low pay, to limited employment rights, to the absence of means to get home safely, quickly and affordably after a night's hard work. And this isn't just a community safety issue, although it certainly is one of those. It's an equalities issue, because it's one that disproportionately impacts on women, and often the most low-paid women as that, as well as many other groups and citizens who are impacted by multiple inequalities. And I have to say also, as somebody who doesn't drive myself, and relies exclusively on public transport to get around Birmingham, many of the concerns around safety and accessibility that have been explained this afternoon resonate with me on a personal level as well. The impact of reduced frequency of services or the complete absence of some services late in the evening is a real problem. The concerns over safety, captured in this motion and in the speeches we heard this afternoon, are ones that speak to me and also speak to many of my constituents out in the east of the city. Because let's not forget, this isn't just a city centre issue. For many nighttime workers out in the east of the city, trying to get around often poorly connected suburbs or out to their jobs at the NEC or the airport, these remain very real problems. So I'm pleased that Simon Foster, as the West Midlands Police and Crime Commissioner, has come out strongly in support of the Get Me Home Safely campaign, because this is a regional as well as a citywide issue. And I do hope that the Mayor follows suit in making a similar commitment to this campaign. And as Councillor Hunter's already pointed out, one of the problems with the Conservative amendment is it deletes all reference to support for that campaign. And also I cannot accept the bland assertions that are made around the adequacy of funding for community safety matters either. I think we've got to take matters seriously when it comes to making representations around adequate funding for public transport and for community safety activities. And bluntly, there's a political imperative here, because I've watched with some horror as certain aspirants to national leadership are setting out a whole series of tax cuts and public spending cuts agendas that will inevitably impact on public transport and community safety issues as well. So making that case loud and clear is a pressing priority. I'm also really pleased that as part of our review of licensing policy, this council will be actively exploring how we can use licensing permits and conditions to ensure that workers can get home safely after their shifts. This is a progressive step that will further strengthen the work that we're doing to improve safety across the nighttime economy. From the safe spaces in Southside and Broad Street, through to the safe walking routes, the improvements that we've carried through to CCTV, the 10-point plan to tackle hate crime against our LGBT plus community, which we discussed last time, and the work we've been doing already to tackle issues around drink spiking. And I'm very happy to brief opposition members, as I did the previous Shadow Cabinet member, on the work that we're doing through the Community Safety Partnership to make that happen. So I very strongly support the proposal that's before us this afternoon to support Unite's Get Me Home Safely campaign, and I look forward to taking practical steps to ensure that we make sure that people in the city can get home safely. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I call on Councillor Lee Marsham.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm passionate about improving public transport in our city. Better, more affordable and frequent public transport will make our city greener and connect people to places. I love getting the bus and train. I don't have to worry about anything other than getting from A to B. However, my experiences of using public transport as a male differ from a female's. So I asked my partner, friends and colleagues about their experiences of using public transport as a woman. These are their words. I'm always hyper aware of my surroundings, hoping somebody doesn't come and sit next to me, checking who is getting on or off the bus. On most occasions, I end up paying to get a taxi home because I don't feel safe catching a late bus. Being alert just becomes the norm for women. We get used to it. Another said, it's not just on the bus, it's the walk from the bus stop to my home. I've been catcalled, I've had a car pull over to try to get me inside, and I've had a drunk man with his trousers down blocking my path. To be honest, these aren't massively unexpected incidents, and most women can recount similar events if they walk or travel alone. Another friend gave me one example of her experience of public transport in the 1980s. If you're on a train carriage on your own, you would move so that you were around other people. If it was dark on the buses, you would try to sit near the driver. I would never go upstairs on a double-decker. I don't want to say that every time we took public transport we were harassed, but it happened often. And lastly, when I asked my girlfriend about her experiences, she told me this story. I was sitting by the window on a train on my way to Birmingham New Street when a man sat next to me. For 10 minutes, I felt like he was moving closer and closer to me, with me trying to move further away. Eventually, I couldn't move any further, and his legs were touching mine. He then started asking me questions about where I was going and where I lived. I tried to disengage by putting my headphones back in and looking out the window. But the questions continued, and he asked if I had a boyfriend, to which I lied and said yes, thinking that would end the unwanted attention. He persisted and asked for my number, making me feel even more uncomfortable. I tried to laugh it off by saying I don't think my boyfriend would like that. He didn't take that seriously and continued to talk to me. Luckily, soon after, we pulled in to New Street, where I waited for him to get off, and then he went to a different door. I made my way through New Street very quickly, unsure that I had lost him. The final two voices are similar experiences, but 40 years apart. It shows that not enough has changed over 4 decades. Women still feel unsafe. How can things improve? Well, there should be legislative changes to address the weakness in enforcement on the law against sexual assault and harassment on public transport. That needs to happen. But what has come obvious to me is that men need to be better. Not all men are the same, someone will no doubt say, but sadly, too many men are, and it's all men's responsibilities to do better. Lord Mayor, I want to see our public system improved. I want a better, more affordable and frequent public transport that will make our city greener and connect people to places. I also want women to feel safe on the public transport and to get home without worry. That is why I support Unite the Union's Get Me Home Safely campaign.
Thank you. We now have the final speaker of this debate, and I, excuse me.
To the amendment that we put forward, noting Councillor Hunt's and Cotton's concerns about us potentially taking any reference of Unite's campaign. We're happy to add a line at the end of our amendment clearly stating that the Council supports and acknowledges the work that Unite have done and their CAM Get Me Home Safely, if that makes our amendment any more palatable to the opposition members. Thank you.
Noted. That needs to be moved and seconded. And voted on. Can we have those in favour? No. Sorry? We move it. We've moved that then. That's noted. This is the final speaker on this debate, which is Councillor Jack Deacon.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I want to talk about something that Councillor Cotton slightly mentioned, and the effect and the experience of LGBT plus people when going home after a night out or after coming home from work. And I want to talk about the impact that those incidents can have on us in the short and long term. So I am going to speak about a few personal experiences, Lord Mayor, that have happened to me whilst being out at night and trying to get home. Some of them happened whilst having been on a night out, and some of them happened when I used to work in hospitality. Some of the more common occurrences that happen when I'm going home from a night out is the curb crawling from men who identify young gay men who are drunk because they perceive them to be vulnerable and easy targets and harass them as they drive alongside them. And we spoke at last full council about how to make the gay village safer in Birmingham. And one of the things that I would like to put on record, which I think will make the gay village safer, is some form of pedestrianisation. But that will be another debate at another time, I'm sure. I also, at the age of 16, when I was walking home from a friend's house, and it was just before midnight, I unfortunately was raped by someone who I never knew, and that person was never brought to any form of justice. And I remember having to give the clothes I was wearing that evening to the police as a form of evidence, and how I felt unable to receive those clothes back when they were offered back to me after they had been used by the police to use as evidence. And I remember as a 16-year-old feeling really upset, and yes, it was probably the most minor thing in that incident, but really upset that I was never going to get or wanted my favourite coat back. And shortly after that, I didn't leave my home for around 2 months because, and I never spoke about this to anyone, not even any member of my family. And I felt so awful about leaving the house, terrified of some men in the street or even men in my life who were friends. And then there are the other incidents where I've been in the gay village in Birmingham, and after leaving my friends to go home, I've had to pretend to know a group of people so that I could be safer because of the advances that were unwanted by men in the street. So we, as different groups of people, have some shared experiences across different minorities and protected characteristics. And there is a high level of sexual harassment and assault among LGBT people, as there are in women. I realise I'm running out of time, but thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I call upon Councillor Liz Clements to reply.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and thank you to every single colleague who's spoken in this debate this afternoon. I think everyone has brought a unique perspective to this really important issue, and we have got a huge degree of consensus in the Chamber about the importance of safety, particularly for women and girls, also for LGBTQ+ and people and trans people. I think all of you, I listened carefully to what you said, and it had a big impact on me. Obviously, I'd like to congratulate and show solidarity with Councillor Deakin for sharing that testimony. And I know how difficult it must have been as a survivor of rape to get up and talk about it. And I think we can tell from some of the contributions, it's been quite a triggering session. I mean, for myself, I am completely dependent on public transport or the famous cycling, which I bang on about all the time. And I have had a number of experiences which actually coincide with some of my political experiences. A man exposed himself to me on a train coming from Southampton back to Oxford when I was a candidate in the South East for the Euro elections in 1999. That was a horrendous experience on a late night train. I didn't know what to do. I've recently become someone who people jeer at when I try and get my bike on trains. That's been a weird experience. And recently on a train going down to the West Country to visit family, I sat in a carriage and accompanied a young woman who was being harassed by a drunk man who got on at Newton Abbot and asked her lots and lots of personal questions. I was afraid to get off the train, and in the end I went and found the guard and asked him to accompany her for the rest of the journey. And that's just as an aside, that's the reason why you need to have enough personnel on trains to ensure people's safety. So yes, there's a lot of consensus, and I think it's really heartening to hear how seriously everyone takes the safety of people on public transport, but we have to get into the politics of it. So just addressing the amendments. The Liberal Democrat amendment, we accept it and we'll vote for it, we would support it, accept it in spirit, but I think I would like to emphasise that a lot of what you're describing, Izzy, is already happening. And after all, in our amendment, we made the point of quoting the statistics from the study that Councillor Brennan commissioned in her other role as Victims Commissioner. So I think we should acknowledge that, and I think the standing up, not standing by campaign is really important, and it shows that men can be allies and men can be feminists. The Green Amendment, I think we accept, and has a lot of good suggestions. And as someone who was involved in submitting beacon applications from this council as an officer, I think it's really important that we learn from best practice elsewhere. And I think Julian's contribution showed how much you've learned from the experience of working in transport and being a supervisor in that bus interchange. Moving to the Tory amendment, I know that you've made some movement and acknowledged the importance of the Unite campaign, but fundamentally I don't think you really support the Unite campaign, and also you haven't really accepted the fundamental points about the funding issues, because what I was trying to express in my speech was that we are on the brink of a collapse in our bus network in this city. Unless we have a continuation of public subsidy, we simply will not have bus routes in the city, and people like me will not have options for getting anywhere, let alone late at night, if we're still able to go out late at night. And as to us just simply taking a pro forma motion from Unite, that's not the case. Unite is our partner, and he's part of the Labour movement with us, but every motion we put down as a Labour group in this chamber has been worked on in detail by us as the Labour group. So I looked at the materials that were there on the Unite campaign site, and a lot of that is about challenging the government on it, precisely on its funding for buses, and actually challenging the number of routes that have simply disappeared. It's bad enough in Birmingham, but go and look at what's happening in rural counties. If some of you are familiar with the issue about the 144 service coming in from Worcester and through Bromsgrove, that it's all down to Worcestershire County Council not getting the money that it applied for through the Bus Services Improvement Fund. So for a variety of reasons, we won't be supporting your Conservative amendment this evening, even though I do acknowledge that a lot of the work that's described, that's going on in Transport for the West Midlands on women's safety, is of value. So to round off then, I'd like to thank everybody for their contributions and sharing their experiences of the fearful situations that we're often in as lone travellers on public transport, particularly women and girls, trans people, lesbian and gay people. And I think that we should embrace the spirit and the letter of the Unite campaign and get behind it, because improving public transport for women and girls in particular will improve it for everybody. So please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. B4.4J2. Just, I think, to clarify a mistake there's been from the other side, Councillor Clements talked about the removal of the bullet point she was making very eloquently about the early ending of the bus recovery grant. Our amendment does not remove that. It adds a sentence to the end of it. So, in fact, our amendment is in full alignment with the need to make sure that buses are fully funded. And I'm sure the Labour group will want to, therefore, support our amendment now that point has been clarified. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
That has been noted. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. We will now vote on the first amendment proposed by Councillor Alex Shipp and seconded by Councillor Gareth Moore. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That is lost. Nice. Okay. We started the sound. Doors.
So if you just
yes, okay. Names will be taken. Lock the doors.
If you could, so, did you read out what the statement was?
Of which? What are you talking about?
The calling of the names, the division bell, and closing the doors.
There's nothing on here.
Oh, okay. So the division bell will be rung and the doors will be closed.
Okay. The division bells will be rung and the doors will be closed eventually. We're on to here now.
Yeah, so Lord Mayor, when this division bell stops ringing,
Yeah.
I'm going to check that the doors are locked,
Mm.
and then if you read that bit,
Yeah.
and then we're good to go, and then the result will be displayed on the screen. Okay, so Lord Mayor, Satinder, I've just had it confirmed to me that the doors are locked, so as soon as this division bell stops ringing, which will be in a few seconds, you're good to read out that voting.
Well, the doors are locked. Will members now cast their votes? Those in favour of the amendment, press the plus button, and those against the amendment, press the minus button. Those wishing to abstain should press the X button. Have you all voted? Have you all voted now? The officer will then lock the machine and the votes cast will be recorded on the display board.
Can you see that?
No, nothing on here.
Okay.
It's locked. It's lost. Yeah, you ready? That is lost. Okay, done. Yes, second amendment. We now move on to voting on the second amendment. Are you all still with me? I hope. Yes. We will now vote on the second amendment. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That's carried. We now move on very quickly. Vote on the third amendment, proposed by Councillor Julian Pritchard and seconded by Councillor Rob Grant. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Councillor. Yeah. Yeah. We will now vote on the motion as amended. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. We now move on to the second motion. Could I also ask that when you present the motion that you clearly state that I move the motion as set out in today's papers. I call upon Councillor Bruce Lyons to move the motion of which he has given notice.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to move the motion set out in my name. The issues around illegally ridden off-road motorbikes and quads is certainly not a new one, but it has most definitely or significantly increased in recent times, and that's not just down to the warm, light summer evenings. But it is something that affects all wards in this city. Now, some people are of the impression that quad bikes, or the nuisance of quad bikes, is around antisocial behaviour and noise. Funnily enough, on Sunday, whilst writing a few notes for the motion today, the peace and tranquility of my rear garden was disturbed by a group of off-road motorcycles on the country park adjacent to my house. On further investigation over them fields, the bikes had long gone, as they normally are, but the damage, or the long-term damage, was there and clear to see, with footpaths and the grass all ripped up, making it a bit of a challenge for cyclists or walkers to use and enjoy our country park. Now, the problems and the issues around this illegal activity is not just about noise, damage or the nuisance. There is, of course, the dangers and the risks of injury to members of the public, the riders themselves. And let's not forget animals or any livestock that are in the vicinity at the time. Sadly, there has been a number of people injured and sadly a few fatalities because of this type of activity. So now I think it is time that this council takes firm action and does all it can to tackle this issue. Excuse me, Lord Mayor. Now, I know tackling this issue is no easy task, and there is no quick fix, and that this council cannot deal with this problem on its own. It is also clear that we need new ways to fix an old but ever-increasing problem. Now, this motion put forward highlights a number of ways which this council can tackle this issue, some of which have been tried and tested by other local councils. It also highlights a range of tools available to help tackle this issue. Now, local community intelligence is, of course, key in tracking down offenders, but more importantly, there is quite a large number of legal provisions to assist in prosecuting offenders. These include a number of road traffic acts, welfare acts, countryside protection acts, and criminal damage acts, just to name a few. Now, the police do some great work addressing this illegal activity, but often the response and the action by local police teams varies from area to area. There are some local police teams, not in the West Midlands, that have invested in off-road bikes and training for officers to apprehend these illegal off-road bikers. And that's something that Berkeley Green Ward Police did many, many years ago, when the then Ward Committee was in a position to help fund this equipment for the police. And it did resolve illegal activity and removed many off-road bikes, illegal off-road bikes, from our streets. Sadly, that was a long time ago, and the equipment become obsolete and has long since gone, and the problem has now returned with a vengeance. Now, I know that option of funding off-road bikes for the police is not readily available, but there at least needs to be a joint and collective approach by local police teams. And we must make the point to the Police and Crime Commissioner that he must acknowledge this is a major issue and that it needs to be a priority, and to work with this council in addressing this illegal activity which affects every resident in this city. I ask members to support this motion. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I call upon Councillor Darius Santu to second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to second the motion put forward, proposed by Councillor Lyons. The purpose of this motion is an issue that I'm sure can be found across many areas of the city and across wards. One thing that myself and other councillors have noticed is the increase in volume of cases being reported, not just to councillors, but I'm sure to the police. In my own ward, residents have reported these issues on Dias Road, spilling over into the nearby Aldridge Recreation Ground, where dirt bikes have previously left tracks as they've gone over the grass, after flying up and down the road, just causing a nuisance, but also with no regard to the safety of those either walking or driving, not forgetting the risks they pose to themselves. Therefore, as the volume of cases go up, we must now look at what we can do to help tackle these issues. Now, I appreciate that this is an issue that will require the action with other partners, namely the police. But there are actions stated in our motion that we, as a council, and indeed the executive, can do. Some of these have actually been carried out by other local authorities. Our neighbours over in Coventry have implemented a citywide public space protection order, giving the police more power. This is something that has also been implemented in London Borough Councils. A citywide protection order will also allow us to work with the police, who have those powers, to take tougher action on arresting and, importantly, seizing bikes. A protection order will also allow us to further zone in those resources into those hotspots where this is taking place. Hotspots that I'm sure councillors here in this room and councillors and residents can name. Our motion also highlights another way of helping tackle this issue by installing noise-activated ANPR cameras, something that can be put into those nuisance areas and could possibly provide a potential revenue stream to help with their upkeep. We can also invest more in physical barriers to prevent and make it more difficult for off-road bikes and quads to enter our public open spaces. Now, I know the council has done a lot of this previously, but one thing that we've certainly found is that they get damaged, they've been ripped out, and they have not been repaired in years, or the time taken to repair has, well, it's gone on for quite a while. Dog walkers and children find themselves at risk, again, as well as the people who ride these vehicles themselves. Our motion also highlights and calls for the executive to assess whether more stringent defensive measures could be taken to prevent access to these spaces. I know I've been quick, but ultimately I reiterate that this is one of those issues that is found across our city, and I'm sure if we work together, we can find those routes and those solutions. But it's clear from residents that they want more done. And this motion highlights those additional measures, which I hope will have the support of the entire council. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Due to the fact that we do have 3 amendments on this motion, there will be no time for debate. The last speaker must speak by 7:15 unless time is extended. I think you are all too hot and flustered to extend. So, therefore, I carry on with the amendments. Yes? Okay. So, as I said, we have 3 amendments which will be debated with a motion. I call upon Councillor Liz Clements to move the first amendment.
And in view of the time, I'll be brief. I think on this side, we welcome this motion put down by Bruce and Darius, because you're right, this is a problem that affects all of our wards. It's a problem in my ward, and I get a lot of casework about it. So we just suggested a few minor amendments which are actually focused on the practicality of what you're suggesting. So in relation to your recommendation about a public space protection order, we want to make that into a consultation on the possibility of introducing a PSPO. And I think the PSPO, as I've experienced myself in my own ward, where there's been a 3-year process of trying to introduce a PSPO outside a clinic, it's can be a blunt instrument. It's extremely long-winded process, and I think we need to understand how the PSPO is working in Coventry, which after all is a much smaller city. There are other things available to us like community protection notices or warnings, or if there's a really serious problem, injunctions. So that's really looking at what is going to work best to address this really serious problem that you flagged up. On the second point, which is about ANPR cameras, which are noise triggered, I just wanted to point out to you that at the moment what we've done is apply for funding from a pilot scheme which the government has offered. So we've applied for a noise triggered camera on Heartlands Parkway. That had to be an application by an MP, so it came from Shabana Mahmood's office. At the moment, we have no identified funding for that, so we will be building on that central government funding pilot if it's successful. And then finally, the other minor amendment is in the third bullet point. We should again move to consider whether we need more stringent defence measures to prevent vehicles from causing a nuisance and damage on known sites and in neighbourhoods. But overall, I think we strongly welcome this motion here, and we support it with these minor amendments. Thank you very much.
Councillor John Cotton to second the First Amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I too will be as brief as I can be. As Councillor Clement said, we certainly welcome the intention of the original motion. This is a very real and pressing problem to many communities. It's a frequent issue that's raised in me in residents' forums in Glebe Farm and Tarcross as well. I think it's also very clear, as Councillor Lyne said, we need a proper partnership approach to tackling this issue. That's why I've already taken steps as the chair of Birmingham's Community Safety Partnership to get this looked at as a priority. It's also an agenda item in my regular meetings with the Police and Crime Commissioner. So we can ensure that we're using all of our powers and resources to get a joined up approach to doing this. We've already picked up on a number of the issues, as Councillor Clements has referred to, on the issue of physical barriers, where appropriate, for instance. This is something the community safety team are currently working on, and we're trying to lever some additional funding through the Safer Streets 4 Fund to make that happen. So I'd certainly welcome a motion that strengthens our hand in taking that work forward here today. The only other issue I really wanted to touch on was the issue around the public space protection order. Just want to be clear, we're very happy to look at this and to start consulting with partners and communities on the feasibility of a public space protection order. Part of that consultation is ensuring that it's the right shaped tool for the job. As Councillor Clement said, I'm also very mindful that Birmingham is a much bigger place than Coventry. It's also a much bigger place than Kensington and Chelsea. So it may be that there are issues around the legal bar that we have to pass to it for evidence to do a full citywide PSPO will be much higher. These are things that we need to explore as part of a full consultation. And of course, there are also other tools that I'm mindful we could use that need to be considered as part of our plan to tackle this. And that's not just the lower level stuff like the community protection warnings. It's things like court injunctions as well, which we've previously used very effectively to tackle issues like car cruising. So I wouldn't want us to tie ourselves just to one course of action. We've got many options and we need to look at all of them, because what matters here is that we get a plan that works, that pulls all of our resources together and stops those who are behaving in this way and causing mayhem and misery to our constituents in streets and public spaces across this city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I now call Councillor Roger Harmer to move the Second Amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I too will be brief to allow as many people as possible to speak. I move the amendment put in the name of myself and Councillor Harries with one change, which is to the fifth bullet point, to point 5 of the amendment, which would now read, at a fifth bullet point, work with partners to explore how to speed up the delivery of average speed cameras in further locations to help reduce speeding. Hopefully that will ensure we get cross-party agreement, which has been a welcome hallmark of this meeting. And just briefly, I'll just make one point about this whole issue, which what I think some people find so frustrating about it is that it actually seems to deliver no benefit to the perpetrator other than pleasure in the discomfort it causes others. And we have been here before in 2016, following major problems in the south and southeast of the city, and indeed Solihull. Pressure was put on for action. There was a conference organised by West Midlands Police, which I went along to, and the tactics they employed then of setting up a dedicated team, seizing and in many cases crushing the bikes, eventually worked and the problem declined. But clearly, especially since the COVID restrictions started to be eased, it's returned with a vengeance, albeit seemingly to focus on slightly different parts of the city. But it is not currently a problem in your ward. Please don't be complacent, because unless we stop it, it will almost certainly become worse. So thank you, Lord Mayor, and I move our amendment.
Councillor Deborah Harris to second the
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to second the amendment, and thank you to Councillor Harmer, who's truncated his speech slightly to allow me just to speak a little bit longer until we have to cut off at 1:15.
Let me paint a picture for you of a summer's afternoon. It was hot, pretty much like now, so I will be as quick as I can. I sat down after lunch on Sunday to watch the men's Wimbledon singles final with my 93-year-old mother-in-law at her sheltered housing scheme. All the doors and windows were open because it was boiling hot, much as it is now. Kids were playing football in the park opposite, and an ice cream van was chiming its way towards families in the play area. But much as Councillor Lyons' experience, you've guessed it, the roar of 3 motorbikes herring around the park, where those families and children were enjoying the summer sunshine. All the riders were teenagers and not one of them had a helmet on. So apart from disturbing our afternoon with their antisocial behaviour, what they were doing was putting themselves and others at risk of serious injury. This is so much more than a nuisance. It is illegal to ride any motorbike in public open spaces such as parks, play areas and on pavements. The park opposite my own house will clear of dog walkers, cyclists, runners as soon as the bikers arrive. They stay long enough to churn up the grass, but know just how long to stay before someone rings 101 and the police arrive, if they do. And often, unbelievably, the teenage riders will put younger children on the bike with them. And it's not just in our parks. Just a few months ago in April, I had a flurry of phone calls from frightened residents when about 100 bikers headed down Church Road in Yardley, doing wheelies on the pavements, donuts on a grass verge in front of a block of flats. Passers-by didn't know what was going on or what to do other than to get out of the way. The mass convoy was an intimidating presence, with many of the riders wearing face masks or balaclavas. And again, it is unbelievable that no one was injured. But just like the huge problem of speeding on our residential streets in Birmingham, stopping this law-breaking behaviour comes down to enforcement by both the police and the council, and working together with other agencies. I was interested in the collaborative pilot scheme in Dudley and Sandwell, where firefighters worked with the police, the council and local motorbike dealer to tackle the antisocial use of off-road motorbikes in parks and open spaces. The fire service had noticed a connection between antisocial grass and rubbish fires, arson attacks, and off-road motorbikes being nearby. So they use their four-wheel drive response vehicles, which travel easily across grass, to patrol areas frequented by nuisance riders. The vehicles were installed with recording equipment, so they were also able to gather footage to pass on to the police. For the council's part, they shared any CCTV footage with the police of people using motorbikes in an antisocial manner, as well as using the risk to those living in council properties of breaching their tenancy agreement if due to this antisocial behaviour. Both of these actions seem to be the very least Birmingham City Council could employ, if it doesn't already, as well as exploring working with other agencies and whether the pilot with the fire service in Sandwell and Dudley was effective. But in closing, with 30 seconds to go, Lord Mayor, I would urge the Council to increase the number of average speed cameras it installs right across our city after a successful pilot, so that drivers of all vehicles caught speeding or behaving antisocially are fined and receive points on their licence. Because as it stands at the moment, there is very little deterrent from driving like a maniac on our streets or in our parks. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
I will now call Councillor Rob Grant to move the third amendment, and I would then ask if it could just be seconded from the floor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to Councillors Lyne and Sandhu for bringing this motion. I welcome this motion. As a motorcyclist of many years myself, I've witnessed many incidents of illegal and antisocial vehicle activity on and off-road. And again, as a motorcyclist, I'm concerned about the damage these illegal vehicles have caused to the reputation of legal motorcyclists, especially with the way the media portray all who ride motorcycles as bikers, legal or not. It's clear to see that there has been an increase in off-road and illegal bikes being ridden dangerously. But also I've seen the increased confidence of these riders with the knowledge that they're unlikely to be caught. Residents in my area are increasingly concerned about these activities, not just the antisocial aspect of the reckless behaviour, but for their safety on the road and as pedestrians. I'd just like to comment on the use of the NPR cameras. These are a good idea and can be very effective. if the vehicles can be traced back to the homes of their owners. However, the limitations of these is, of course, they will not capture the vehicles without registration plates, fake plates, or are stolen. With the increase of onboard cameras and CCTV, the public are capturing images and videos of this activity at an increased rate, as can clearly be seen on social media and what many residents in my area have shared with me, as I imagine other councillors have received. So I'm cutting out bits here. So this is a valuable resource for tackling this issue. We need to increase the confidence of the public to enable them to submit their recordings anonymously to help the police find those who carry out these activities. Perhaps a quick portal for the public to report and upload these videos and images with location and time, and of course anonymously, that the police can then reference and use their intelligence, own intelligence, a hotline as such. We hope our amendment will be well received and accepted. Thank you.
Councillor Pritchard, could you just second this amendment, please? Formally. Formally.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, I'll just rise to formally second the amendment as time is short. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I now call upon Councillor Bruce Lyons to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think the frog's under control in my throat. Well, that was a lively debate, wasn't it? Can I thank everybody for their contribution with their amendments? I think we can safely say that we're all on the same sort of page with this one. If I can just briefly talk about those amendments, the Lib Dem motion put forward, I welcome, which, you know, the 5 points in that amendment does strengthen the motion and its emphasis on the joint efforts and working together required to address this issue. And the Greens, put forward by Rob Grant, as a motorcyclist myself, I fully understand the impression it gives people, and that we're all cast with the same, painted with the same brush, should I say. But again, I welcome your amendment. This too adds value to the motion and clearly identifies the important need for cross-border working with the police and other agents. But if I can talk about the Labour amendment by Councillor Clements, there is a real opportunity here for this City Council to show its commitment and to demonstrate it is doing all it can to address this very, very serious issue and public nuisance. Yet here we are, not unsurprisingly, here we are with an amendment from the Labour group with its minor amendments. Unfortunately, those minor amendments remove the original ethos of that motion. It takes away the action out of that motion. And all it really does is, all it achieves really is a bit of self-gratification because a cabinet member has instructed somebody else to investigate this issue. Look, no, well, it's somebody else, isn't it? It's not taking ownership, is it, as a collective council? Yes, action, not talk. Now, it also talks about consultation on the PSPO, or to consult. Well, that is actually part of the process anyway, so that would be done as a matter of course. Basically, it just waters down the motion to make it ineffective. It doesn't do any help at all. All it does is demonstrate yet again that the Labour Group lack any commitment when it comes to addressing this very, very important issue.
Councillors,
so I would ask members not to
Excuse
support.
me, councillors, we have someone speaking. Please respect that.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
We will now vote on the First Amendment proposed by Councillor Liz Clements and seconded by Councillor John Cotton. Those in favour? Those against? Those abstaining? That is still carried. We will now vote on the Second Amendment proposed by Councillor Roger Harmer, seconded by Councillor Deborah Harris. Those in favour? Those against? Anyone abstaining? That is carried. We'll now vote on the Third Amendment proposed by Rob Grant and seconded by Councillor Julian Pritchard. Those in favour? Those against? Abstentions? That is carried. We will now vote on the motion as amended. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. And that concludes the business of today's meeting. Thank you for attending and do have a safe journey home.